Okay, so now I think I'm live on X, I'm live on Twitch, and I'm live on Prima. I think so. Okay, so let me check the links again. Yeah. Okay, so now let's begin, right? So what is vibe coding? Vibe coding is simply a way whereby you can easily um write code using natural language. And what does that mean? That means now that is that you don't even need to learn programming languages. You just need to learn how to speak to artificial intelligence or AI in order to get this done. And there's a whole lot of courses around that. All right. So I don't know. Let me be sure I'm sharing my link again. Okay. So now that we know that, let me just go ahead to like share my screen so that we can jump right into it in full business, right? Um, so by the way, my name is Ade, and I welcome you here to my first full challenge live stream. I've been doing videos like this with Prima Dojo, but today I'm doing a live stream on vibe coding to give you an idea what it is and why it works, and try and see how we can build one or two things, right, with it. So the essence of vibe coding is such that you can just chill and be relaxed while you just write code, not by yourself, but with using AI, using natural language. Natural language is like um, English, Spanish, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, whatever language is native to you, and you can just talk to the AI like you would a human being, or like you would a junior, and they will help you get it done. So literally the same stuff, right? So that's what we are going to do. So now I'm going to go over to share my screen to show you some of the projects I've done using vibe coding, and the interesting thing uh, you can do with vibe coding. So one of the most recent one I worked on was, I had this problem that I always have to like cause I'm a designer, right? So I always have to try and take screenshot of inspiration while I'm working inside a design tool. called Figma. So let me share my screen. Just one moment. Screen capture. Okay, so now I'm literally in my screen here, and what I can go on to do now, I'm just going to show you. So I had this problem whereby I wanted to have a simple way of trying to take a screenshot of any website in mind, right? So which was what I did. So what I went on to do is I was going to Google. Let me just go to like a nice looking website like medium.com, right?
Did y'all see? How in the heck did they get Dilbert?
I already had one that I was using initially, which was this one here, Go Full Page, right? But
they took my weapon off of me, G-Man.
And
how was I supposed to?
I was able to do this like without any stress. So this is it. I called it a full page screenshot, and when you click on this screenshot, I'm going to click on capture, and then it just captures.
Sid does not play,
right? And I can literally just
Dilbert will be okay. They're gonna get him medical.
Like
he'll be
so
okay. He's got that vest on, so they didn't stab through the vest.
Let me show you how it looks like. So what that tells you now is that if you have,
okay.
Yeah, I've been alright. I hope you have too, Sid.
Yeah.
Sid, I really respect you. You know that.
Here now. So if you have, you can see the screenshot.
Just remember.
So meaning that if you have a problem at all,
and no funny business. Where are we headed? Are we headed out?
You can do this using AI.
Okay.
I did this in like maybe.
D Mills coming in with that tier 1 sub. Thank you, D Mills. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Coding while drinking coffee in one morning. I think that was like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, like 2 weeks ago. So that was I was able to achieve something like this very quickly without spending too much time at it. Okay, so now what is the steps to doing vibe coding, or what are the tools that you need to do vibe coding? So
chat, what is going on?
Yeah, Excalibur.
It's not Marsh, it's KJ. It's KJ. Yeah, it's not Marsh. But Smokes and KJ have a history. Remember, KJ dated Smitty.
Let's see.
Okay, what do you need? What do you need?
I just need you to get in the car.
Do you want me to drive?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
KJ will be driving. Okay.
So now, what are the tools that you are going to need if you want to go fully into vibe coding, right? So the way it works is this:
get in the car.
You gotta get in.
So what you're going to need
is playing around.
A text editor, right? Then apart from the text editor, you're also going to need an AI large language model.
Apparently so.
Also known
I'm
as
marked where we need to
LLM.
go.
All right. And these are the only two things that you need. These are literally the only
Speaking
two
of Smitty, where are him and Vic?
Now, this text editor, many times they already come with
Mr.
this LLM attached
yes, sir.
to it, but now you have to pick a model.
You remember
yes, I'm on
court case?
I use paid models, but today I'm going to show you how you can create.
Yes.
Do you remember all the lies you told?
I didn't tell any lies, Sid. I told what I thought was true.
So now,
I believe you did.
what kind of large
language
model offers 100% free
your partner now kept calling me
interfaces? You could use offline models.
He thought it was funny.
Models that you can download on your
I didn't
computer,
laugh out loud, Sid.
Right?
Just that smirk on my face was
right
not me laughing at you.
He was over there.
I don't even do
making
much
fun of me.
again in terms of like trying to find things online. I just talk to an offline model. I talk to some of my offline models to do specific tasks.
I warned you, Mr. Smart.
But I majorly use online models.
Why did I come along?
The problem with offline models is that you have to work. You have to get to
go down the different path.
You have to have a kind of device that can support.
Did they get my phone?
You have to have a kind of device that can support that.
All you had to do was be professional.
What's Matt? I don't have Matt's number. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm trying to be professional.
You're not sorry. You're just saying you're sorry right now.
Remind you. If you do anything that agitates me, you're not going to be making it much longer.
Okay, so now what that means is that now you have to make sure that you have all of these three tools I'm showing you, right? So your text editor, your large language model, and then your idea, the idea that you know that okay, you want to go about implementing or the problem that you want to go about solving. So we are going to be having a whole lot of apps that we are going to work in today. So and I hope you find it very interesting as we move on. You can also drop comments in the chat section and I'm going to look at it and we can move on from there. So is there another sound? Let me check. For me, I can only see one audio, so I don't know. But if it persists, let me just know. Okay. So now the next thing that we need to look at now is
those things.
How do we now get all of these items installed? Okay. So for my text editor, I actually make use of.
I can tell him. How do you?
Your friend
my
Dexter.
text editor now, I actually make use of
he had all that
VS
coming
Code,
to me.
VS
Things
Code,
I did to me.
and Cursor.
He should be more nice.
Now VS Code
is
a text editor
be more nice.
Is Dexter on the list?
Microsoft. And Cursor is literally what we call a
I've
fork.
taken care of Dexter.
So when we say something is a fork, it means that it was cloned.
Okay.
It means that it was cloned from.
I thought me and you had a good understanding the whole time.
From something.
Yeah.
So this Cursor is cloned from
when I
VS
started
Code, and I'm going to show you the
into
two
things,
interfaces
I realized
so you can
that
see
you
the
was mocking
difference.
me just like everybody else.
I wasn't.
But
so now,
you was.
If I come over to, okay, I can see where the problem is coming from.
We can do one or two things here, Mr. Smokes.
Okay.
I need to know I can trust you.
You can, yes, you can.
Or I can do the same thing to you that I just did to that one guy back there at the metal place.
No.
How about now? Is it still acting out? How do I disable? Okay, I think everybody should be able to hear me clearly now. Is it better now? Okay, so I think it's better now. So now, when we talk about VS Code, so VS Code is literally a fork. Cursor is a fork of VS Code.
No, you can trust me. So I promise.
Literally I promise you can trust me. So what that means is that it literally promise you can trust cloned from VS Code in order to what?
I don't think you can trust them for anything.
Out their own,
KJ, just because
he was running
so now let me just show you
on the
what
way
the boat look like, and then we'll move on to the
not to see it the you because I have zero zero respect for you. What you've done to my partner and my buddy.
Your partner did that to himself.
Yeah. He shouldn't have made fun of people.
Let me start with VS Code. So
I'm not talking about Dexter.
VS Code is known as
I'm not talking about Dexter. I'm talking. She's done stuff to my partners, every partner I've ever had. Mainly Smitty.
Maybe they wasn't nice. See, bad things happen when you're not nice.
Let me just shoot him in the head right now, Sid.
I'm also
Sid,
going
to
open up.
I'm here. What do you need me to do, Sid?
So that
whatever you need me to do.
I just need to know I can trust you.
You can trust me. I'll work for you. Whatever you need me to do, you can trust me. Chad, I got to get out of here alive.
Anything I want?
Yes. Anything you want.
Then I want Dingleson.
You want Dingleson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he's the one that started the liquor thing.
You're exactly right. I remember that. And you remember that day. You remember.
Okay, so now it should work now. So now the next thing is, let me share my screen. So share screen. Just give me a moment. Okay. I'm trying to add up all the screens. Okay. So six. How about now? You should stop now, because I know where the problem is coming from, but I think I've muted one, so. Sources. Okay, so first let me show you cursor. Then we move over to other items, right? So now for cursor, this is how cursor looks like when you have it. So you have the you can either open a project, clone a repo, or connect via SSH. So clone repo is a way whereby you can literally just grab information from a particular database and then start working on it directly from VS Code. So this database is actually known as GitHub. So GitHub is a place where you can store coded files. Okay, so this place is a place where you can store different coded files, and it's going to be easier that way for you to be able to like edit or make changes, because we're actually going to be relying a lot on this actually. So because, and the reason we're relying on this majorly is because like when AI start writing code for India, sometimes it makes mistake, and sometimes you want to like go back to the previous save that you have. So just think of it like you create a file, you save it. Think of it like you create a file, you try and save it, and when you save that file, you make a little bit of change on it, and then you find out that it's not working again, and then you want to also like kind of revert back from that change. That is where you now actually make use of this. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we are going to be setting everything up, because it's very important that you know how to set up all these files one after the other before you go on. So when we say connect via SSH, what we are simply talking about here is you are trying to connect to another computer entirely. So I majorly use it for when I buy like computers online. So you can literally buy computers online to host the code. So when you try and host the code, what it means is that you don't want it to be on your computer, because again, you cannot always on your computer 247, right? But there are some computers developed by people on, for some companies online, that what they majorly do is just allow you to not have to turn off the computers. So for example, every website lives on a computer, so and that computer has to be running 24/7 in order to make sure that your website is live. So these are the computers that we buy, and the easiest way to connect to those computers is via SSH logins, right? So the SSH login is just a way of like, oh, you are just trying to connect to the computer, but you are trying to connect remotely, so from your computer to another computer remotely. Okay, so that's basically what that does. All right, so now let's start with the first step when you want to go about creating a new project. Okay, so let me share my screen. Oh, okay, yes, I still need to show. I'm going to show you around VS Code and what's it called now? VS Code and Cursor, right? And their differences. So for the case of VS Code, now, what you can simply do is you literally the same thing. You have clone repository. Connect to is literally the same thing as SSH, and then you can either open a file or close the file. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new file, right? So, and this new file now has to be saved somewhere. Okay, so what I usually do instead is this. I would come over here, so click on the first element here, and you should see open folder and clone repository. Now for those of you asking, oh, where can I download this stuff from, let me show you how you can download it. Okay, so let me share my screen.
Tell Judge, you better believe, right? Redneck. I'm gonna tell Judge
what you can simply do is go to
they threaten me. It's gonna be on. I'm gonna tell him the truth. I appreciate everybody. TikTok, we're going to finish out over here on the Purple Hour. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. I can't thank you enough.
When you go to
we will see you. I will not be live tomorrow, but I'll be. It'll be Sunday night, probably Sunday night. I'll put an announcement in my Discord. Twitch.
So this is for Mac because I'm using a Mac computer. So that is why we have this here. Okay. So now, but if you click over on all downloads, you should be able to see this, and then you can download the different version for yourself. Okay. So even up to like the latest version. So right now I'm using the latest version, which is 0.48, and you can go through their change log, right, to see all the advances they've made over the couple of months they've started now, right? So we're going to be looking at a couple, right, and then we're also going to be looking at VS Code. So if you want to download VS Code, all you can do is just come over to VS Code like this, and then you want to click on this. So interestingly, you can actually use VS Code online or offline depending on what you are looking to achieve. Okay, so depending on what you are looking to achieve, right? So you can click to download for macOS, and literally yesterday they just activated their agent mode. So you'll be seeing what agent mode is all about today, and it's literally like the superpower for majority of these code editors. So there are a lot of code editors out there, but like these are the two code editors I literally default back to most of the time. Okay, so now that we have that out of the way, let's switch over back to creating our first simple project, right? So again, the next thing you need to do before you do that is please try and create an account on GitHub, right? It's very straightforward. So once you create an account on GitHub, it's literally just very straightforward. So you can actually let me go back to my repositories. So you can see like these are a couple of projects I've worked on with AI in the last few weeks. So we see like before AI became fully much of a thing, like that was like in October. I wasn't writing code back to back, but after that I started writing code back to back, and not that I was writing the code so to speak, like I was writing some making changes myself, but majority of the code, like literally 85% or 90% is written by AI. Okay, so while I just chill and vibe. Okay, now the next thing you need to have is a voice to text um application. There are so many voice to text application, even many apps are already like having embedded voice to text application, because that's like the new set of interfaces that you're going to have. So let me show you one. Let me capture one desktop. Okay, so this is one I use Whisper, and the good thing about Whisper is like it's free. Okay, so it's a free application, though you can pay for the pro if you want to, but like you can see the number of detections I've made, right? So you can see you've written one Dr. Seuss book has 15,680 words detected so far. So you are going to do way much more than that, right? And I've been using this tool now for like past 5 weeks, so you can see like all of this here, and look at the average flow speed, like 136 words per minute. Like that's insane. I don't think I can even type up to 80 words per minute. So like talking for me is not like 2 times speed of me actually typing. So now you want to get Whisper Flow, right? Whisper Flow, download it on your system. There are so many. There's I think super voice to text, something like that. So you can also download that. So it's also free to use, right? Then now going back to where we started from is the fact that we had this. So I'm just going to switch over to VS Code, and yeah, now what you want to do is this is the first thing. So you've downloaded it, hallelujah. You're going to open a folder, right? Or instead you can choose to add a new folder. So I have a place where I put all my projects. So I just created a separate folder called code base. So today I'm just going to create a new one and call it 24 hours challenge. So please, when you are writing this, try as much as possible not to put any space. It saves a lot of headache at the end of the day. So when you are writing code, we don't use like space or anything. It saves a lot of headache, like I said. So let's just call it 24 hours challenge. Or you can even better still write something like this, 24 hours challenge. Okay, so I'm going to click on create, and then I'm going to open it like this. So now you can see that once I've opened it, now you can see it's now, so that folder is literally like a workspace where I can do something interesting. Now the good thing about VS Code is that it has a marketplace, and that marketplace is this one here, and then you have like, you get to have like a whole lot of extensions that you can install that can even give you like way much more superpower that you can use to build out ideas that you have. Okay, so by default, if you want to have access to making use of your first AI, let's just write a simple hero section page right now, so we know that you build your first application right in just a couple of minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the one that is directly embedded into VS Code. For that one, it gives you only just 50 free what's it called now, only just 50 free questions that you can type, and 50 free replies. So you type and then it replies you, right? Just 50 free. So, and the good thing about it is that we are going to be leveraging agents, and I'm going to be creating. So today I'm just going to do like, I don't even know how to write any code at all, and I'm just going to tell AI to do it for me. Okay, and you can see that this is what I was saying here. Like you can literally, so many of these apps now have extensions where you can do voice instead of having to download that. Okay, so I'm just going to install this voice to speech extension. So it's literally downloading from the marketplace, like I said earlier. Okay, so the other thing that we are still going to download from the marketplace, but that's the first thing we just added. So if I click on this now, you can see it's going to try and activate the extension, and then to start listening to me, because I'm using a Mac, it's going to be asking for permissions back to back. Okay, so now you can see as I'm talking, it's just typing all the way. So imagine just chilling and just chilling and just coming down, and just like, okay, so I think I can do this, I want to do this, and so on and so forth, and then you just keep typing back to back, right? So that's the advantage of vibe coding. So let me go back here. Just a second. Okay, so now yeah, now I can literally just type whatever I want to say, and we're going to do that very quickly. So let me switch back to here so you can see what is going on here, and also here. So now let's just go into what is an agent. So an agent is an AI that you talk to, and then it performs a series of tasks. If you've seen the movie Matrix, you should have an idea of what an agent is like. Okay, so an agent performs specific tasks, or it performs specific set of tasks that you can do, that the AI, you are going to instruct the AI to do. Unlike before, when you talk to just the AI, it just takes like, it takes what it says and then it breaks it down for you. But now it not only just takes what you say, it creates the files, it performs a couple of actions. Okay, so that's the essence of what an agent is all about. So it's just an AI that you talk to, and then it takes a couple of actions. So now, how do you tell between an agent and a regular large language model? A regular language model is just trained on a lot of patterns, that is all, but it's not trained to do like one specific thing, right? So but agents now are fine-tuned. So it's literally a large language model, but they are fine-tuned. That's what we call it. So it's more like a retraining tool, just recognize just one pattern alone. So they found out that they got better results from just the agent trying to do just one specific thing than knowing a lot of things, right? So that's where the agent comes in. And now we have like multiple types of agents, especially in the case of VS Code. So here now you can see we have ask, edit, and agents. Okay, so now the agent now is where it can perform multiple actions at the same time, while ask is like you can just take agency to do just one action. Edit can do one action, but cancel for now. Edit can do one action, and then agent can do one action. Okay, so now today I also want to build something very simple, and I really don't have any idea what I want to do, so I'm just going to switch to ask, because ask helps you to like brainstorm and talk about things that you want to do, right? So let's just hop right into it. So how do we go about that? So I'm just going to start this voice now, and then I'm just going to be saying that, okay, I want to build a website, it's just a landing page about a program I want to do, right? And I want you to come up with a website for me that I can preview right now, okay, to be sure that everything is working. So let's just do that. Hi AI, I want to build something interesting today. What I'm focused on is trying to build a website, a simple landing page. And this landing page, the function is that it should be able to talk about my 24 hours coding challenge, and that I can use to post out there to for people to know that, okay, this is something that is very, very important that they learn in today. So how can you, or can you just help me plan how I can go about building this? Notice that I'm going to give it over to an AI agent to be able to build out the website for me. So give me that plan, as well as the prompt to back it up. Then now I can hit send. Okay, so it's just gonna be thinking. So now while it's thinking, let me just go back to what I was saying before that. So while the AI is thinking, the essence now is to know that while it is also trying to plan out the different ideas and creating one or two things about that. So right now it's telling me that it wants to create this workspace. Okay, so I'll click on create workspace, and then it said you want to select this as a parent folder. I'm going to do that, and you can see that it has gone ahead to start creating that landing page for me, even without even saying too much, right? So and this is the interesting thing about AI, like you just have an idea, you can just tell it, oh, okay, this is exactly what I want to do, and it does that. So right now that I've clicked on create workspace, it's still saying this. So I can see like I have created the workspace. So again, the reason why is creating this already without even like giving me out the plan is that I wasn't specific enough. So that's the thing about AI, like you have to be very, very specific enough in order for you to do follow the steps that you want. So right now I'm just going to hit enter. Okay, so I think it has forgotten. So let me see. Let me just switch over to agent mode, right? And let me just try it again. Can you just try and plan out a website landing page for me? I don't want you to write any code. I just want you to give me a plan of a website, and the function of the website is to showcase my 24 hours vibe coding challenge, to encourage people to come and join my 24 hours vibe coding challenge. Thank you. Then I can hit send. Okay, and then wait for it to just think. So again, I'm using the free version for cloud what's it called, for VS Code now. And the interesting part is that, remember when I said that you just need the text editor and the AI agent, right? So you can see right now that the agent now got what I said correctly, and then just trying to plan it out. And these are where you have your different AI models. So right now there are just two AI models that come default when you download it, and all of this is free. Okay, But now that it has planned it out for me, now you can see, so we can go over everything. It has told me that okay, we are going to have a website structure. It's going to be an header information. There's going to be compelling headline, a sub headline explaining the challenge, eye catching. If I was going to design this, my research alone is going to take me like literally forever. But you can see it has set everything up. Okay, so how it was section and all of these things and so on and so forth. Okay, so what I usually do from here on now is that I'm just going to quickly switch over to a free tool. Okay, so and the free tool I'm going to be using is, there are many, but there are different types. So what you want to do is you want to go back to your extensions and you want to switch over to either Cline or Roocode. Okay, so it's called Roocode. So if you are using Cline, the good thing about Cline is that you can go over to your settings section, and then what you want to do now is that you want to go to your API provider. So there are different types of API providers. So what you want to pick is Google Gemini, right? So how are you going to get your Gemini API key? It's very simple. What you need to do is head over to Google AI Studio. Google AI Studio, and while you are inside Google AI Studio now, what you can do from here is that you just need to click on get API key. Like, it's that straightforward. So once you are logged in with your Google account, you just need to click on get API key, and once you click on get API key, you can see I've created a couple of API keys. So I can literally just click on create API key, and then I can pick a project that I've worked on before, or you can create a new project, right? And once you do that, you can click on create API key. So let me just pick one of my existing projects. Okay, so let me do my first project, then I can create my API key. So it's going to generate my API key, and then when it's done generating my API key, I can just copy it. So because this is live channel, I don't want people to copy my code. I'm just going to delete it immediately. Okay, because right now so I'm going to select this and delete. Oh no. Okay, so now let's, okay, I'll take it out of the video later. So now why that we have this, right, you should be able to see the kind of plan that you have. So right now I've not yet set up my billing, but if you set it up, you should be able to get free API, free AI code. Okay, so once you have that, now you just copy that code, and then you go over to, you come over back to this place, and you want to paste it here. So this is for client. For Roocode, you want to do the same thing. So I'm going to come over to settings, pick Gemini as my configuration profile. Okay, so because I have like different configuration profile, you can create a new profile if you want. So I'm not going to go into like the details of that. But then you want to switch over to API provider again. You want to pick Google Gemini. Okay, there are many API keys here, but just switch to Google Gemini, and then you want to paste that. Now again, Gemini has a lot of models. So if I go back to Google AI Studio and I come back to Google AI Studio, you will see that if I click on this drop down here, there's a lot of models, right? So this is Gemini 2, this is preview, this is Gemini 1.5, this is Gemma. So there are different types that you can play with to for your own liking, right? But right now I'm using Gemini 2. I'm going to be switching between Gemini 2.0 and Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview 0325. Okay, so, and the good thing about this one now is that now I can literally just copy all of this as a simple prompt and give it to Google Gemini to create for me. So how do I go about it now? So now what I can go and do here now is that, so if you look at this bottom part here now, you can see I'm using Gemini Flash 001. Okay, so let me just switch to 03 or 0325 preview. Okay, and now I can close this like so, and then come over to type your tax here. So this is my tax now, right? So it has planned it out. So I just want to say I'm going to copy all of this now all the way down. Yeah, so I'm going to copy this, Control C, come over here. I want you to create this website. Okay, and then I'll click on send. So once I click on send now, it's going to make an API request. So the API request is like it's just trying to talk to Google Gemini and asking for questions. So right now I can see that there's an error here. So sometimes it may be from the model that you're using. So what I want to do is I'm going to just downgrade back to what I was using before, Gemini Flash 001. Then I can click on retry. So you can see that immediately I retry it now, it's working properly. And you can see I'm just chilling and the AI is just writing the code like magic. Like very interesting. I didn't even have to do much. Like, so once you are good in instructions, it's just going to be writing out the code for you. So I can see I like doing it very, very quickly. So I'm not even stressing at all. The AI will just keep writing the code, and this is the interesting part about AI and writing code. Like you just have to chill, relax. Even you don't even need like to look at the design. So where the design comes in now is the part where you have to like try and fine tune the design to make it look good. So let me switch over to this place so you can see the changes is making even on the files in real time, right? And you can see it's writing all of this code out easily for you. So imagine the number of hours you would have to take to write something like this, something as detailed like you can see. This is the feature section, this is the footage section, this is the header section, this is the hero section, this is the style section, this is the main page section, this is the actual home page. There's this index of HTML, and then even it gives you like a readme file on how to on what everything is all about, right? So now I can go back to client and see whether it is done. Okay, so right now I say I should run this command. Okay, so now I'm going to click on run command, and once I click on run command now, I will just wait for it to perform the action. And out of the box, this is what it has given me. Okay, so now what I can do now is that now that it has given me this, okay, I can take a screenshot and I can say the entire screen is not showing well. I don't know what is going on. So I'm just going to take a screenshot now, like so. Okay, then I'll switch back to this place. So right now I say that VS Code client cannot view the output command. Please use update the VS Code. Okay, so but what I'm doing, I can say see. I'm not the website is not showing up where the as is expected to show. So can you please just fix that? So I'm going to make a request again, and then it's going to look through it. So consider after pasting the screenshot, it's checking everything again to be sure that okay, yeah, everything is working the way it's supposed to be. So now trying to make some adjustment and some fixes on the side, and it's like very, very fast. So I'm going to click on run command again to open up the page. So once it has opened up the page, so this is what it looks like. So right now I'm getting a lot of errors and I don't know why. So let me just right click and inspect. So again, when you have errors like this, you always want to like right click and inspect exactly what the issue is, or where the issue is coming from. So right now I can see that a lot of things are not like showing up in this design. So this is one of the reasons why many people usually default to say something like what's it called now? They usually default to something like using Anthropic, because Anthropic, when it comes to writing code, I think it's still like the best model, right? So let me just switch over back to this place, and I'm going to tell this Anthropic agent, because here now I'm using Google Gemini, and then yeah, I want to switch over to using Anthropic. So Anthropic is the Cloud 3.5 Sonnet. So now if I copy, so again, if you are doing this, the only disadvantage of Anthropic is that it is very, very expensive. It's very, very expensive. So the best thing is you use maybe Cursor and pay $20 monthly to use Anthropic, which is way more cheaper than saying you want to actually buy the keys directly from Anthropic. It's very expensive buying it from them directly. So that's where one of the problems. So now that we have this, now why I can go on to this, I can literally take this same thing again. Okay, take the same thing again, all the way down, copy it, and say build out this website. Okay, before I'm done, let me select this one, just delete for now. Okay, and then hit send. Okay, and remember, mind you, I'm in agent mode, right? So I'm just going to press send and then wait for it, so you'll be able to see the difference between the two. So to start working, and it's going to build that all out. So why that is trying to build out now, the essence of what's it called? Oh, okay, so right now it's trying to create a next project. I don't want something complex. Give me a second. So again, like, is this where is like it's advantageous to know like some of the things in design. So I don't, so let me just specify it. I don't want a next project. I just want simple HTML and CSS. Okay, and hit send. So again, the reason why it was trying to create a next project, that was what it was trained on. Basically, it was trained on majorly different type of next project. Maybe in the course of the hours, I'm going to talk about next projects and why we build with next project. So, but right now the basic one is just using HTML. So your website uses HTML to work. That's like the foundational principles of, or the foundational file. So HTML is actually a file, standing just like your Microsoft Word, Google Docs. So that HTML is literally the file that you use on the web. So now it's just trying to like create and work out the website. So one of the advantage of vibe coding is the more you know a little bit about technical, or have a little bit of technical knowledge, the easier it will be for you to be able to talk to these AIs to be able to build out something interesting for you. Okay, so right now you can see now it said, okay, you know what, I'm just going to create a simple HTML CSS website structure. So let me go about creating the basic files that you need. Okay, so notice that nothing is happening here, but if you look at this place here, it looks like a video is playing or something like that, right? So that's what it's going to do. So now it's trying to now take actions, right? But with the way this has been designed now, is that it's going to be asking you for permission. So what we can do is that you can click here and click on always allow. So whenever you click on always allow now, that means you are giving it ability to take control of your computer, right? And I'm going to say, okay, yes, I trust you, take control of my computer. So start writing. So you're going to start working and start making changes, edits, and adjustments. And the good thing about VS Code is that it's cheaper, is like way cheaper than others, right? So again, it wants to create a folder. So what I'm going to do is I'll say always allow, right? So because I feel like it's not something that is destructive, but when I get to a level where it kind of destructive, for example, if you say that, okay, I want to be able to delete files, right? You want to avoid that kind of problems. So once you giving it all the actions, it's just going to go about doing just that. Okay, so now let's go to something even more interesting, is that we are going to be looking at MCP, right? And what is an MCP? MCP is, so why this one is trying to build in the background, like, let's just talk about MCPs. So what is an MCP? An MCP is known as Modest Context Protocol. Is a way of giving AI the ability to control your device even without you being around. I don't know why this is going through a problem. Let's just hit continue for now. Okay, yeah, continue. So so now MCP is a way of giving your computer the ability to talking to an, instead of having to like do things yourself, right? You can literally talk to an AI, and the AI now talks to your computer to do it for you. So let me show you a quick demo. So again, you need a what's it called, a software that supports MCP. Okay, so the software I use that support MCP is called Cloud Desktop, right? And you can see, hello, welcome at Pay. Now if you notice in this stuff here, you can see this number here, it's still going to go all the way up, right? So the essence is that these are all the MCP tools, and these are the things that it allows me to do while I am literally in this page. I don't even have to go to anywhere again. So for example, let's say I want to write a reminder. Okay, I can say please remind me that I have meeting by 5 p.m. today. Okay, and then I'm going to hit send like so, and then just wait for it. It's just going to work its thing, and going to look for the necessary elements that needs to be there. So again, it's still asking me questions that it says, what's the meeting about? Do you have any specific thing? So the meeting is about talking about a new MVP with a client and how we are going to go about solving their problems. So I'm going to, so he said, I understand. So now it's trying to look for the tool that is meant to make it work, right? So, but right now I know the tool already. I'm going to say use Apple MCP because that's the name of the tool. So if I come over here and click on install MCP, you can see that I have Apple MCP tools, right? So then I can come over here and paste it here. Okay, so again, I don't think I think it's free. Cloud is free to some extent, so these are the things that you can do, but you have to download, you have to make sure you download this desktop tool. And how do you download that, right? So what you can do is this: you can come over to this point here and just search for Cloud Desktop, okay, or Cloud Desktop app, or Cloud Desktop download, and you should be able to see it on the first link, right? And then you can go about downloading the one that is specific to you. So it has to be downloaded on your computer, not the one on the website, because they have the website version, which is this one here. It's not going to work. Okay, you want the one that is on your computer. Okay, so I'm going to say use Apple MCP tools. So I'm going to hit send again and then wait for it now. Okay, I need to, so let me create a reminder. So can you see now? So now right now you can say it's asking for permission. Okay, I'm going to say yes, I'm going to allow. And now you can see that now my computer is saying that, okay, do you want to allow? Yes, I want to allow it. Okay, and then now I can allow that. Okay, even if you want to do the same for WhatsApp, right? So there are some days that some people on my WhatsApp, they think I'm the one that's chatting with them, whereas I am not the one. It's literally they are chatting with they're chatting with Cloud, right? Because like I get a lot of messages sometimes, so I'll be like, Cloud, I just want you to talk to this set of people, right? All the people that just messaged me like in the last 2 weeks, so I've not replied them in the last 2 weeks. Can you please just go into their DM and chat them up and have that conversation with them? So and Cloud does that, have the conversation with them, and then gives me like a rundown summary of all the chat that have gone on while I was away, right? And then just give me a summary of what he said and all the exchanges were made, and so it makes me more of a good person, so to speak, because I know that sometimes I'm not able to reply my messages with ease or in time. So that's that about that one. So now you can see that it has saved it here. Then if I go over to my reminder now, click on continue. So if I click on my reminder, if you look at the bottom here now, can you see it? So this is the reminder, you can see. So I have a reminder here 5 p.m. and all, and literally without even having to open the app at all, like at all. So that's the advantage of using what's it called? That's the advantage of using MCP, because we're also going to be leveraging MCP a lot in the course of what we are trying to build. So now let's go and look at our code to see what has been doing so far. So I'm going to click on keep and done, right? So now that it has worked on it, right? So I don't think it did a lot, but at least it did something that we can use to show that we built out something very quickly, right? So now I can come over here and say, now if I want to preview this website, there's another extension you have to install, right? So you can come over to extensions and search for live server. So LIVESERVER. So I think nowadays it comes actually pre-installed, but if you don't find it, you can see live server, the 5 server, okay, or you can install any of these tools, is fine, okay. And this is how you are going to find it. So it's literally at the bottom right. So this one here is called Open5 server. So I'm going to click on go live, and then once I click on go live, now you can see it has created my first landing page for me very quickly. So it's 24 hours of pure coding vibes. Join coding challenge and transform your skills, start your journey, and you can see why join the challenge, how it works, next challenge, and success story, as well as even a form right? And the footer. If I was going to be designing this, at least I'm going to use like nothing less than 3 hours, right? Just to design this. Okay, so now let me even go more crazy now. So now what I can do is, now I'm going to switch back to what's it called, Klein. So I'm going to start a new chart, and I'll say look at my current landing page. I want you to give it a futuristic appeal, right? Or let's just say look and feel. Press enter. So now it's going to look at everything. It's going to try and plan it out and try and make adjustment, changes, colors, even adjust like some of the layout and all of those things, right? So this is how I switch between Cloud Sonnet and what's it called, Cloud Sonnet 3.5 and what's it called, and Google Gemini. So I mostly do planning with Google Gemini, and then I do layout structure with Cloud Sonnet, and then I do styling with what's it called now, with Google Gemini. And the reason I do this is because so that I'm able to have a more interesting looking or clean interface, so to speak. Can you see now it went from just one black and white to giving me something like this, right? And you can see, so you can do very crazy interesting looking stuff with these items. And again, now, so this is where the next part now comes in, like where do you find inspiration to make even the design look way better or more interesting, right? So the one of the website I give is 21st Dev. And if you come over to 21st Dev now, you can see that you have this clean looking interface, right? So again, I can literally just take a screenshot like this and come over here, paste it here, and say I want, okay, so look at this picture I just posted here now. I really like the picture a lot. Can you make my hero section look exactly like this? Okay, so what we mean by hero section is the first section on your page. That's what we call the hero section. So I'm going to click on send. So it's going to look at my entire design again and try and fix it accordingly. So now it's trying to do a query to find this thing. So I can either approve or not. So I'm going to click on approve. So right now it's not connected to that, so it's going to ignore it anyways. Let's try and see whether it's going to work. So click on approve. Approve. So it's just now what it's trying to do is going online, trying to look for different things. So all these things that it's using is actually leveraging my MCP. So literally that's what it's using. Now it's using MCP to connect to IM, all of these things. So client has a marketplace for MCPs, and there are a lot. So you can do Notion. Like right now I'm using Apple Tools. I'm using Supabase. We'll talk about Supabase much later, maybe today or tomorrow. Then you can see I have WhatsApp, browser use, and like a whole lot of tools that are actually installed. Even if you are lazy with like Discord and you're not really active there, you can literally just use this. You can even like create set calendars and all of those things right here, right? And there's a lot, like there's literally a lot of tools that you can use. Okay, so like this one I'm using file system, right? So that I have access to all my files. So if I'm looking for a particular file and I don't know where the file is, as long as I have an idea of like what the name can be like, right, it can do that for me. Now on the side, let me even show you something more interesting. Unlike before, if I want to like change an image, like I want to change the format of an image, what I usually do before is I'm going to go to websites, look for a website that can change that image for me, and how to do that, right? But I find it very stressful for me. So what I went on to do is I actually downloaded an app called Goose. So Goose too is like a what's it called now? Goose terminal. Okay. So Goose is like a what's it called? It's like a VS Code, but instead of it to be like have a visual interface, right? It's literally living in your terminal. And what is your terminal? Your terminal is more of like a software that talks directly to your computer. So now, for example, if I come over here and search for my terminal, so this is what it looks like. So it's literally everything in your computer. So, and it has like different names of elements, right? So but again, the advantage of Goose is that you don't even need to know all the codes. For example, if I want to open a particular folder initially, I'm going to do cd, which means change directory, press spacebar, and then I'm going to say, okay, what? Or no, if I want to say like show me all the files inside this particular folder, I'll have to press ls, right? Now let's do the same thing with Goose. All I need to just do is type Goose, press enter, and Goose is going to show up. I'll say, can you show me all the files in this folder? And you can see that Goose is going to try and show me all the files in the folder. Now it's asking me, could you provide the part of the folder this one you are in? Okay, and immediately when I said this one you are in, you can see that it's showing me all the files in the folder, right? So this is the good thing about Goose, right? So let me just now clear everything. No, let me not say clear everything. I'll just say Control C for now. So Control C to leave it, and then I can do clear like this. Then Goose again. So and the advantage of this now is that I can easily now go into talking to Goose too and telling Goose to do things for me. So like I have different AIs working actively for me. Okay, so to do different things, and I used to use Goose to do even more interesting things. Say for example now, I have a picture that I want to quickly edit. So say for example, I have this picture here now. So I have this picture here now, and you can see that it's the file format is in HEIC, and I want to change it to what is it called? I want to change it to a JPEG because sometimes some phones cannot read it or some browsers cannot read it. So what I can do now is that I can say, oh, okay, let me create a new folder first. Okay. Then let me copy just one of these pictures. Okay, then now I can see open my downloads, then open Goose test folder. So it's going to do that. So it's going to scan it through and say, so I'm sorry, I cannot directly open folders that is not allowed to me. You again, it's just trying to be careful. So I can say you have access, press enter. Yes. So that is asking me for what's the user's the username and downloads and everything. So now the good thing about this one is that what I can do is like I can press Control C like this, then I can go like CD downloads, right? Then CD into the folder Goose test, okay, like this. Okay, now if you don't want to even type this, what I can even do is inside this folder now, what I can do is, and again please, what I'm doing here is for Mac. There's just slightly different way in for Windows, except you install this type of what's it called now, command line interface. We could usually call it command line interface, where you just write commands instead of like dragging and dropping. So here now I can now go on to open Goose, right? So I can see how many files is here. I know it's only one, but I'm just showing Goose to see. Okay, so Goose is only one file. Okay, so convert the image to JPEG. So it's going to look at it, say I cannot convert it. Now I say, do you know the name of the location? So now again, the more specific you are, the easier it is for you. So now I can go on to say I'll drag it here. So whenever I drag like that, it shows me like the name of the part and everything. So let me erase all of this again. Then I can say this is it, right? Press enter, and then it's going to look at it and say no, I can't. I say no. I say you can write a code to convert it. Okay, you can write a terminal code that will convert it. So you're just trying to be careful because like it doesn't want to overwrite anything in your system, because this is your command line interface. Whatever action that you perform here can make or destroy your computer, so to speak. So now you can write a terminal code that will convert it, then press enter. Okay, and right now you can see that now it's trying to install something to be able to convert the code. So while that is doing that, let's switch back to our website that we're working on. Okay, so right now let me reload. So let me check client, see where we are. Oh, okay, so it's actually asking for my approval, so let me approve that. So right now what it's trying to do now is that it's trying to script the web page. And changing the styles. So, and interestingly, like this is a something I just noticed now that people are already complaining about. Like sometimes when you are trying to scrape a website like this now, it's going to say the web scraper is being blocked by Cloudflare. So because a lot of people started complaining that when this AI starts working, they easily get what's the word now? They easily get blocked, right? Right, like a lot of people are scraping their website, and whenever somebody comes to scrape your website, it's going to actually be costing you more, the more people, the more traffic that you get in your platform. So that is one of the reasons why people always try to introduce Cloudflare to be able to block it so it doesn't grab that information from your website. So now that we have this, now if we go ahead to reload this, you can see that it has changed one or two things in the website. Okay, so now if I come back here again, it doesn't give me exactly what I'm looking for. So what I'm going to do again is I'm going to screenshot it again, right? And this is like where you can tell the difference between like which one is a better coder. So I'm going to paste it here again and say can you make my hero section look like this, like the image? Okay, and press enter. So you can see that the user did not like the images. I need to adjust zero section. So like it's trying to think and trying to make adjustment at the same time. So getting these references too is going to actually help you to be able to make your website look way better, right? So we have this here now, and let's go to our 24 hours challenge. I'm going to reload it. It still looks very ugly, by the way, but it has added some other things that is not even relevant to our design, right? Compared to what we have here that just say start your journey, right? So again, this is where you now need the what's it called now? This is where you need to be able to like change the code or make change to be able to make changes to your code, right? So that means you can hide, delete, or save your code, because right now once it makes those heavy changes right now, trying to figure out all the changes it has made can be kind of problematic. So this is one of the advantage of using like maybe something like Cursor, because Cursor, now with Cursor you can revert back to a previous change that you made earlier. Okay, so now let's come over to what's it called, to our VS Code agent and switch over to here. I'm going to paste the image here again and say make the hero section look like the image, but make the contents of the um website remain focused on the 24 hours challenge. Hit enter like this. Okay, so once you hit enter now, you should be able to tell the difference. Give me a second here. So now you can see that right now it's trying to work the differences while I just try and chill. So you can see that Goose now has made the change, and now you can see you have a what, a JPEG here, right? And instead of this HIC, so that's the advantage of having what's it called? That's the advantage of having uh Goose, right? So and this AI stuff are so much more now insane and much more smarter than they used to be, like maybe say a year ago or 2 years ago. So that's like, it's just so crazy, like just some crazy stuff basically. So now let's go to something else. So I've showed you what Goose can do for you. I showed you what you can do with MCP and the advantages of using MCPs, right? So let's go and do something else. So let me reload this. Let's see whether, so I think it's still working it out. Okay, so now let's use, so now I've showed you this is what I'm showing now is actually like the most difficult way to solving these problems, right? So I'm going to show you the easiest or way much more easier ways of solving problems like this. Say you have an idea, you want to quickly build quickly. Writing with Visual Studio Code or Cursor is a much harder way of doing things. So I'm going to switch over to the easier ways of doing things. So now I'm going to come over here, come to a website. I'm going to go to lovable.dev. And the good thing about lovable.dev is that all you just need to do is attach your design if you have it, or you can just paste the idea and you can just go and start building. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to the initial tags here. How do I get this tags again? So let me see whether I'm able to go to the first thing. Give me a second. History. Should be somewhere here. And I don't think this one has it to history. So it's still changing, it's still making changes here. Oh, okay. This is another chart entirely. Um, Settings, history. This is it. So I'm going to copy this one now, right? Then now I can keep this and done. Okay, so now let's check what it gave us so far. Yeah, so you can see that Anthropic, when it comes to writing code, Anthropic is a way better design, a way better designer, a way better coder than Gemini. Except you are using like the paid 2.5 Pro for Gemini, then you are going to get something even much more amazing, right? So, but yeah, now I'm just going to switch and paste our post like this, right? Then now I'm going to click on. So again, if you switch over to private, you are not going to be able to use it. You'd have to pay directly out of the box. So let's just do this, right? So you go to Lovable, and then I'm just going to sign up for free, sign in my GitHub, right? So please, it's very important that one of the things is for you to be a vibe coder is just sign in your GitHub, right? So because this file now is actually going to be saving, is going to get saved on your GitHub. So for those of you that don't want to know, don't want to even have to stress yourselves at all, please, this is the way to go. You just want to go through directly to what's it called, Lovable, and then Lovable will start planning out everything, looking through your entire request, and it's going to start building it. So you just have to wait. So you can see that as I scroll down, I say, oh, okay, first let me implement this and this. I'm trying to throw light blue, some yellow accents, gradient, and so on and so forth. And I just write. If I click on this, you can see that it's just writing out the entire code. So if you have any question in the chat, you can always send me your questions, and I'll be happy to help. So right now you can see I just writing out the entire code. So if I click on exit, we're just going to wait till it's done. So again, it takes a few minutes to get something out, but once you see it, you would really see that it's really awesome to work with. So the way my workflow is many times is like I start with um, Lovable or Bold.dev because they literally do they are literally on the web, and then I do this up to like 60% or 70% where I feel like okay, yes, in terms of the interface, I think I like where we are going, right? Then before now going into like what's the word now, before now going into like Visual Studio Code or Cursor. So what I do in Visual Studio Code and Cursor is that's why I just try to fine tune the code, and then also apply things like security, because it's very important that you apply security to it. So right now you can see it's a live coding challenge, and so a lot of things are going to look slow, right? Because like if you go on YouTube and search for some of these things, they're going to look like they're very fast and all, but again, it takes time. But the time is still faster than any human at the moment. So So you can see this, like this is pure insane. Look at the vibes, see the color, like it's just crazy stuff, right? Look at the interface, like what you can literally do very quickly, right? So this is why, like, when it comes to like creating very beautiful interfaces very quickly, and you don't even have to stretch much, right? Lovable is like your best friend. So you can see, and now I can even go on to start adding different designs, right? I like how the interface looks right now, but I just want to like refine it even a lot more. So what I can go on to do is I can come over here, come back to 21st dev. I can explore, right? Then I can search for hero sections, and when I search on hero section, I can look for beautiful different beautiful hero section that I think I'm alike. Let's see. Okay, so I think I like this spotlight. I like how everything is centered in middle here, so I can click on this. Then now you can see that you have like this button here called copy prompt, right? So I can literally just copy the prompts and say prompt type for most AI editors. I can switch over to Lovable. Then I can click on copy prompt, right? Because I'm using Lovable. Then I can go on here, come back here and paste this in, right? And then once I paste this in, I can say can you copy and paste blah blah blah. So I can say, can you style my hero section like the above, something like this. Okay, then press send. All right, so once it hits send, you just wait for it again to start performing its magic. So I scroll the way down, just wait for it to start performing magic, and you can see I didn't tell it to generate an icon. It did that, right? It gave it a name, gave it a what's it called, give it a title with nice looking gradients, buttons, primary button, secondary button, um testimonials out of the box, the reason why you should join the challenge, learning outcomes, how the challenge works, right, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is like the advantage. So when it comes to like building quick and fast website looking very super cool, can see now how I took my design for one angle to this looking very good very quickly. So this is the advantage. So I can say, okay, now I like this section, okay, let's refine this next section, right? So I'm going to look for, go back to 21st dev and go back all the way. I'm going to look for something interesting looking. Say for example, I kind of like this matrix code, but I actually prefer this for my text. Let me see, I think it's on scroll, right? Or let me switch, let me go and search for others. You know what, let me just search for list, press enter, then it should be, I should be able to select different type of list items. Okay, not what I'm looking for. Let me just go through the entire catalog. I'm going to switch to templates, or no, collections. See, okay, no, categories. So we have AI charts. Let me just look for cards. Yeah, I think I like this one. Looks very cool. Where do you go? Yeah, I like this card. It looks very cool, right? So again, the same thing. I'm just gonna copy it, right? And now this is what I'm going to do. I don't want to talk too much this time around. I just want to paste this here, right? I'm going to scroll up, and then you can see this edit, right? Now I can just select the overall container of this section here. I think, how long is this section? Yeah. So I can just click on this, right? And then I can click on send. So now, just by doing that alone, it's going to already know how to fix that particular design without any stress at all. So you can see again now it's just loading up and trying to fix that for me. Okay, and I have not even paid a single dime, like at all, a single dime. But again, you'd have to pay at some point when I run out of credits. You can see I have like daily credit, so I've used I think 3 or 5 already. So once I hit 5 now, it's not going to allow me to do anything again. So when you are trying to like one shot ideas very quickly, especially for like website landing pages and so on and so forth, right? It's a build on successful. Okay, I can click on this and say, okay, cannot find circle name and all, right? So what I can do now is I can just say fix, right? So and then it's just going to look at what made it not work, and then it's just going to fix the code. So even if you don't understand what they're saying, just type fix, and then the more you do it, the more you get used to it, the more it becomes easier for you to understand. Now you can say I've added the missing cycle import, but right now again it's still loading. I think it's still loading up. So once it's done loading, everything should be fully working actively now. So it's still not showing. Now I can say everything's actually blank. Can you fix? So it's just going to try and fix. So again, I can switch to typing, I can switch to voice if I want to, right? So depending on what so you can see that right now I say, okay, let me check what's going on with the blank page issue and I'll fix it. Okay, so it's looking at everything again, just to see where the issue is from. Okay, and the good thing about Lovable is that let's say you had a good build, so you can always restore to a section whereby you feel like, oh, okay, yes, this is actually a place I think I should restore to, right? So right now it's still looking blank. So let's see, let me reload again. So it's still loading up, and you can see now we have our website. So all I just needed to do was to reload. Okay, and you can see how neat our landing page is already looking, like out of the box, like looking very neat already. But right now this is going to fail accessibility, right? So again, what I can simply do is this, right? Instead of just even selecting only this one alone, I can select everything, right? And say so what do you want me to do? I like the dark mode, but the contrast is wrong for accessibility. Okay, so now it's just going to try and fix that. So you can see I've used up my what's it called, I've used up my Lovable account, and you can see now, you see that here now, first thing first is this is good, everything in free, plus I can go beyond my daily limit with a monthly limit. If I click on this, see I have 100 requests per month on $20, and I can get to create like unlimited private project. And then this one is 250 monthly requests per month, right? And then I can also spend $100 every month, or even 50x for $900 every month, to even get up to 5,000 messages every month. Okay, so funny how like with Cursor you only get to pay $20 for 500 messages, which is actually insane. So that's the advantage of working with Cursor. And then for the same 500 messages, you get to pay only $10 if you are using VS Code agents. Okay, so now we are done with this one, right? So what I can simply do is I can switch over to my code viewer to check out all of the code, right? Or I can just go over to GitHub and enable GitHub sync, right? Then I can sign in, then I can say yes. Okay, let me just take this one out and put my correct password in. So you can see how we are able to create our first website quickly from this dead and boring design into something that looks very interesting, right? So that is it for our first project. So we've successfully created a 24 hours challenge website. So let me just use the correct password for my GitHub. So right now you can see that it's now successfully synced, right? So the only thing I just need to do now is that I just need to transfer the project to my GitHub account, right? And yeah, so it's going to create that link in my GitHub account. And the good part now is that I can now go, so you can see that I have HTTPS, SSH, and GitHub client, right? So what I can do simply is now is I can come back to this first one here, right? So this is the link. So if I copy this link now, I can come into VS Code. So let's start a fresh project. Or no, let's use Cursor this time around now. Let's switch over to Cursor. So I'm going to click on clone repo, right? I'm going to paste the link I got. Then now I'm going to click on this first one, and then it's going to try to clone the repo. So it's going to ask me which folder you want to save on your computer. So that's what I'm going to do now. So now I'm going to come over to this page here, come to where I usually put all my projects, right? So I'm going to create a new folder, right, and say updated 24 and 4 hours challenge. Click on create, select as repository destination. So once you select it as a repository, it will now say, would you like to open it? You say yes. So I just wanted to open it here. Okay. So, and you can see that now I have all the files, everything saved for me, like without any stress at all. Okay. So, and that's a good part of VS Code. So if I click over to this place now, this third one here, so this is where I can see all the changes I'm making. Okay, so far. So these are the changes that Lovable has been doing for me while I was away. So now if I want to preview this project, how do you think I can go about previewing the project? So this is where I can come over to my agent mode and say, so yeah, now with the agent mode you have a lot of models, but again you have to be able to you have to select it from your cursor settings. So I'm going to come over to cursor settings, right? There's VS Code setting. Remember when I said that it's a clone of VS Code, so you can almost not tell it different apart from when you check the name. Okay, so I'm going to come over to cursor settings. Then now I can switch over to models, and here I have different model types, right? So 2.5 Pro 03, 2.50 Max, and 3.7, two types of 3.7 models, right? And then I also have O3 models here. Okay, and then you can even put your Google API key. So if you use this particular one, you are not going to even pay for anything at all. Okay, so these are the ways you can easily switch out some of these things. So you can stick to only cursor, and because me now I usually majorly stick to only cursor, and then I put my API key here, I verify it, right, and I use back and forth depending on what I'm trying to do. Okay, now there's one thing about cursor that you need to know, is that you need to know how to set rules. And rules are very important because these are the instructions you give cursor. You can see this is a very long rule. I got it from Ted on Twitter. I'm going to leave, after this video is all and done, I'm just going to leave a section for in the description. I'm going to put like all the cursor rules so that people that wants to follow along can follow along. Okay, so now I have all of this set of rules here, and again I also have MCP here too, right? But it's very few, but these are the ones I use the most. So I use sequential thinking, I use browser tools, and FrameLink. So others I use once in a while, but all the other ones are like super important, right? And then again you can see you have 48 tools from enable server, but the limit is 40 tools. So like they can't allow me to do more than 40 tools, okay, because I have to like upgrade to like the business version to be able to use all the other kind of tools. So that's where like VS Code comes in, because you can use all your tools. Because in my VS Code I think I have like 170 tools via the MCP stuff, right? Okay, so now moving forward, what we can now go on to this, if I want to preview this now, and I don't have any idea how to preview this, right? I can come over to agent and say I want to be able to see this code. Again, if I click down, there's another thing that you need to pay attention to for those that are going to be paying for cursor, is that when you over on it, right, you can see the amount you'll be paying. So you can see this is 2x fast request, this is 0.05 per request. So that means for every request you are going to be paying $0.05. Okay, same for this, right? But if you are using just the Pro, is free. But if you are using this, you are going to be paying heavily. So again, if you have simple tasks, right, and you don't know what to pick, if you are just new to it and you're not used to all the models and you don't want to waste your money, don't worry, just pick auto select, and the tool will know the best one to use, so that you don't have to pay unnecessary money, or you don't have to waste your money. Okay, so I'm going to use auto select and say I just want to be able to see this code in my browser, or I can say something like I want to see the website in my browser. Okay, press enter. So it's going to pick a particular model which you don't know of, and then it's going to now try and look through the entire files that's been created for you. So you can see okay, I think I'm seeing one or two or three of these things. Now I'm just going to start the server for you. Now you say you need to click on npm run dev, right? So now it's not working, and it knows exactly why it's not working. So you say if you see any issues, and again, now if you see any issues, I know what the solution is, but for people that are new, I'm just going to copy this and paste it right here and press fix, and press C, press enter like this. And then once you press enter like this, now it's going to look at, oh okay, there's an issue there are some missing files in the system that I need to do. So, and that is what it's trying to do. So it's trying to install all the other missing files by doing npm install. So once it does that, you can even click on pop out terminal, but I'm not going to pop out the terminal, because what I want it to do is that I want it to see how everything like downloads. See how it downloads everything, so that it has access to this, because immediately you pop out the terminal, it's just going to close it. And now you can see that everything is now working as it should. Okay, so now what I can do is I can hold control and click on this link. So once you hold control and click on that link, it takes you to that link page, and then now the website is going to load up, right? And while it is loading up, you can see here, so it's asking me that please, your browser list is like 7 months old, please try and fix it. Not really my problem right now, so let me just wait for it to load up. So because it's on my computer, it may be a little bit slow compared to Lovable. So trying to set up the file for the first time takes a little bit of time, but once it's fully active, now you can see I have the website right here on my computer, right? So, and I can now go ahead to start doing more interesting things. So remember that Lovable said, oh okay, no, at this point I can no longer help you, right? So now let's fix this. Okay, so I can take a screenshot like this. Okay, and then I can paste it here. Now if you look at this place here, you can see that the image is here. I can say can you make this section work properly for dark mode? Press enter. Okay, so now what you're going to try to do now is that, oh, okay, I noticed that this is showing a different aspect of service. Let me implement proper dark mode styling for this section. So it's going to look at the entire code base and try and make sure that it fixes one or two things. Then again, I noticed that while I had this installation, there are some errors there right now, right? And again, there's something we call inline fixing, right? So the AI can go ahead to fix some of these errors for you. So whenever you see red like this, it means that there's an issue there. It may not necessarily be like your website is going to break apart or anything, but just you can always try and make sure that there's no error at all by clicking on it to just clear it out. Okay, so we just finished successfully finished the first 1 hour in the 24 hours challenge. So we are down to 23 hours. So it's trying to make some changes, and when it's done, I think we should be good with that. So again, I mostly use auto because like I don't want to think about it at all. It only uses the model that it feels it should use at every given time. Okay, so other than that, I think everything should be fine, right? And again, mind you, if you have something that is working already, you always want to like click on this commit. But before you click on commit, you are going to click on this star icon. So what it does is that it generates a message for you, right? That you can use. But again, please pay attention to this angle, because AI can make some mistakes and you want to be able to like revert those changes. So I'm going to click on accept. So once you click on accept, now you can go back there and you can see now it's using what the proper dark mode color as is expected to, right? Without writing any code at all. Okay, without writing any code at all. So I like this section, but I want this section to be animated. Okay, so now what I can do is I can right click on inspect. Okay, I'm going to select this first element here and come over here, just select it once. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click, then I'm going to click on edit as HTML, very important. Then now I can just do Ctrl A, Ctrl C. I don't want to know whatever is going on there. I'm going to come over here, Ctrl V, and then I'm going to say can you animate these parts in view? So in view that when I'm in a particular section, it kind of like animates, okay, in view. So even if like you don't even know like the actual keywords to use and everything, like, though I know specific keywords I can use to even make it more specific, right? But what it's going to do is that it's going to look at everything I've sent, and then it's just going to try and make it animate more. So, and again, you can see out of the box already, it's saying that I'm going to use something called Framer Motion. And with that Framer Motion, I'm going to make the timeline, that's the line, to grow. I'm going to make the dots to appear. I'm going to make the cards to slide from the sides. And then I'm going to add a fading up solution. And you can see now it's already doing all of those changes already. So you can see that I can take a reference image, paste it in, make some adjustments, update my website, and it looks good in a few hours, right? So, and right now I'm doing literally just this. Okay, and the funniest part is that I can bundle this website and take it to a page like Creative Market and say I'm selling an HTML website, and people will get to buy it because when they say like this looks very good, can you see it now? So, but right now again, let me reload the website. So if you want to reload quickly, you can press Ctrl R if you are using a Windows or Command R if you are using a Mac. So now it's going to take a while to load, and then once it loads up, I can start scrolling down, right? And you can see already that this section now is now showing while it is in view. Okay, so now one thing I noticed that now the I want the line to be growing while I'm scrolling down, and then all the elements should start appearing individually. So I'm going to go back to here, and then instead of typing that now, I can say so what you did look good, just that the circles of the number that had like 1 2 3 4 is just a little bit of like maybe 4 points or 5 points. I'm not really sure, so try and make sure that it's centered with the line. Now I want it to be like while I am trying to scroll down in this particular section, I want the line to be growing the more I scroll down, such that it looks very good. And then instead of the cards coming from left to right or right to left, I want it to do that, but I want it to also like kind of like move up as I'm scrolling interestingly. So instead of doing left to right or right to left, you should just scroll from the bottom and just move up and attach, like see like the timeline is growing into the view. So it's going to type everything like that, like I've done, and then now all I just need to do is click on send, and it's just doing it, right? So instead of trying to type, so you know how long it's going to take me to type this, but I'm just saying it, right? And this is why we call it vibe coding. So it's going to look at it again. It's going to try to adjust the circle sizes as well as the movement and scale and all of those things, and just going to try and fix all of those things. So if I were to start this project directly in VS Code or Cursor, it takes forever, like literally forever, to just set it up to this level, right? So that's why like when it comes to like making fine interfaces and adjustment, I do that directly from Lovable first. Then I now take all of those ideas and then I prototype them literally inside what's it called now, inside Cursor, and do some fixes. And then the final part, which I'm talking about maybe tomorrow, is I'm talking about like security. How do you secure your website? You've created a website that is interesting. How do you now go about securing it? So that's what I'm going to talk about tomorrow. So now once it is done, right, I'm going to click on accept. Okay, again, can you see that now as I'm scrolling, these are like coming in view? Do you see it? So, and I did not write any code, I just envision what I have in mind, and then it just does it. Okay, so now again, I can see like there's like this kind of double line that is showing up. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a screenshot like so and paste it in, and then I'll say, if you look closely, you will notice that the line is not even lining up with the circle properly. So can you make sure that those circles are like dead in the center of the line? And I noticed that there's like two kind of lines. I don't think that is normal. So act as a experienced visual interface designer to go about fixing this. Okay, and then it does that. So again, you can even give it like a role. So when the more you like fine tune even what you say and give it like, okay, so imagine you are in this particular position. Oh, you're a designer. How will you go about doing this thing? So it's going to say, okay, as a designer now, this is not going to look good, right? So how do I make it look good? Sometimes I can be like, oh, imagine you are somebody that is into accessibility. Accessibility is all about in terms of like the digital space now is we are looking at things like color contrast, voice enhancement, helping people with visual impairments to be able to use interface interestingly, helping people who might have other forms of disabilities, right, to be able to enjoy using the digital systems even as much as people who do not have disabilities. So um it's just trying to work out the magic now to make sure that all of these things is well in place, right? And you can see like the design is just looks good, right? So this I like this section, I like this other section, but right now the background is not matching. So again, I can also tell you to like, oh, can you try and match up the background so that everything looks balanced and in place, right? Same thing with this section here and all like that. So that's like literally the next thing I'm going to give it. Okay, and now can you see that now everything that is not dead in the center, do you see it? So it's dead in the center, right? It's dead in the center. So now again, I can now start adding, I can now go on to say, now that I think I like what I am seeing, what I want to do next is that I want to save it in my GitHub file. Okay, so now I'm going to come over here. First of all is that you cannot just save a file, you have to first write a message, because look at it. So that message is like a title that you can see to reflect, oh, okay, these are the changes that went on. But instead of having to come here and type the message by yourself, okay, I think I did this, I think I did that, I think I did this, what you can simply do is tell the AI to do that for you by just clicking on this button, and then the AI is going to literally think about, oh, okay, these are all the things I've done for this person, right? And it has written it out. All I just need to what is press commit. Then once you press commit, now the next thing you need to do also is what? Make sure you press sync changes. So because again, you can be 3 or 4 people working on this website simultaneously, and then if you don't save the changes, whatever the other person does can affect you. Okay, so when you save the changes, they're able to make exchange of ideas. So that's why like you cannot do without GitHub, because it's that database where you get to store all your file code. So even if your system goes off and you want to continue from where you stop, you can literally do that from here. Okay, so notice that I have this kind of error here now. Right now I can just simply come over here and say can you fix the errors in this particular file, tsconfig.app.json, whatever, right? So press enter now. It's going to look through that particular file and say, okay, I'm going to fix the TypeScript error. I think there's a checking error that is problematic here, right? So it's just going to try and fix it. So I can see already that now that it has fixed it, now you can see that now there are no more errors. Okay, I don't even need to know what it's talking about, right? What I just need to know, okay, are there any red outlines anymore? No, there are no red outlines anymore. Then I can press enter like this. Okay, so now we can move on to looking at this, right? This looks good. Now I noticed that the overall theme does not feel alike, right? So what I can do now is that so even I can start a new chat now, and again you can always give like good feedback, like, oh, I like what you have been doing so far, so good. So I actually like what you have been doing so far, so good. However, I feel like the entire website does not have a defined theme. Can you look at the hero section for reference to define an overall theme for the website so that it has that same presence and look and feel that is going to give it's going to look like a modern looking, elegant, sleek, dark mode website. Thank you. So it's going to write out that, and I'm going to click on send. So if you notice, I'm using different types of AIs, right? I've used Goose today. I've used Whisper for my text to code. I've used the embedded VS Code um, voice to text interface, voice to text tool, right? So different type of tool to enhance your job. So right now I'm just going to build this out. Then the next thing that we are going to be building after this website is we are going to be building a simple Figma plugin. And then once we are done with the Figma plugin, you can post a request of, say you have an idea that you like to see built out. I can just go ahead to build it out for you right here live. So the essence of this is to teach you like the MVP. So right now I'm just going to like jumping into like the design, like just going to like how you can quickly mock up a landing page, just designing it very quickly. So you can even go ahead to like, if you want to build an app now, it's actually a little bit different because now you have to like specify the design, you have to specify what are important tags. So these are all the things we are going to be doing, and that's where we are going to be actually switching to ChatGPT or Cloud to like brainstorm more, right? Because again, if you do it there, you don't spend as much as you spend in all these other apps, right? So you want to always have all those items out of the way. So right now you can see that it's trying to create an overall look and feel and theme for the website, right? So once you are done, all you just need to do is click on accept and you're good to go. And then now you can see it's changing so that's why it has made some changes, right? It's still asking me that, do you want me to perform all these other things, right? So now if I come over here now, you can see now that if I reload, let me reload. That's going to take a second. Loading. Voila. Okay. So now if I scroll now, I don't see any changes here. Okay. Why am I not seeing any changes? See. Okay. So you say, would you like to implement all of these things? Okay, do that. Do that. So now it's going to try and do make all these changes and going to try and specify all the styling across board, right? Because I want everything to just be, all the backgrounds to just be full on black, apart from this section anyways, because like otherwise the card is not going to show up in a very nice looking way. So in fact, I want to change this navigation. So let me go to 21st Dev. Let me go look for nice looking navigation in 21st Dev. So I can go here and search for navigation menus, and I think I like this one. Yeah, so let me click on this. Where'd it go? Oh, I'm using dark mode, so I think it may not show up. So what I can simply do is I can copy prompt. Again, you're gonna ask me which one do I want, right? I can switch over to, for most AI code editors. So I'm going to click on copy prompt, and say now. So it says nav with drop downs. Let me see. Let me go back to navigation again just to be sure it's the right thing I picked. Let me see this one, floating nav. Scroll back up to review. Oh no, not this is not what I'm looking for. Yeah, see it. I think this looks very very good, right? So tube light now. So let's just copy the prompts again, copy prompts, and so it's still trying to do its work. So let me see whether I can create a new tab. So I have this chart here. So now let me switch back to the other chart while it's working. And so yeah, now I think I mistakenly canceled it, so I'll just say continue. So it's going to try and continue the chart from where we stopped. So when that is done, we'll now go to the next step. Initially before this live stream, Cursor had a way of like you can create multiple messages and then so you can be talking to AI simultaneously to build this stuff out. Okay, now the interesting thing that is that now I can go back to, so while this one is working, I can literally go back to VS Code. Let me go back to VS Code. Okay, and then I'm just going to switch over to file, new window. Then this time around I want to open that same file, right? So file, open. I'm just going to open that folder quickly. Where do you go? Document, code base, 24 hours challenge, 24 hours challenge, code vibes. Yeah, so this one. So I'm going to open this one now. So it's going to be in this workspace here. So now I can go on to say, okay, you know what? Now I want to switch over to root code. So root code and client is literally almost the same thing. They look almost the same, so there's no much difference there. So yeah, now I have this tool called Boomerang. So Boomerang, like, it usually plans out the document before you even start at all. Then yeah, I'm using Gemini as my default. So then I'm just gonna paste this. I'll say please update my nav bar with this styling. Okay, paste that in, then press send. So it's going to now go about looking at my files and updating my navbar. So sometimes I can switch I can actually switch between them while this one is working on fixing a theme, right? This other one is working on the navigation bar. So if I come over here now, right? So 1 million contacts window. So what is going on? Why is it not working yet? Okay, so you say now I'm trying to understand what is going on, right? So it's trying to, so why I use Boomerang is that it's a kind of a prompt that's been preset, like an AI agent prompt that's been preset to be able to plan out tasks before even going about like making changes. Unlike just giving, unlike the other one, the first the unlike the clan where it doesn't plan it out, it just listens, it just takes the instruction, copy and paste, and tries to um follow the instruction one to one, right? But this time around, this one tries to plans out all the subtasks first of all to look at everything one after the other so that it doesn't break your code. So sometimes when I have to like fix codes, right, this is what I use to fix the code, because like this one actually takes its time to think about the code before fixing it. Sometimes I also even use sequential thinking MCP. If you are watching this video again, you see where I talked about like how sequential thinking MCP can literally help you to achieve your specific task. Okay, so let me see what it's trying to do here now. Okay, now you can see it's trying to create that stuff. So it's saying you need to install this, right? So let's see. uh, I think I have them installed already, but let me just paste it again. Give me a second here. Okay, so he said there's a certain issue here that I need to fix said share integration initialization sequence was not received within 5 seconds. Share integration has been disabled for this terminal interface. Increase the timeout settings if necessary. Please update and make sure you are using a supported shell. Still having trouble. Let me see. Okay, so let me press is it Command Shift P? Okay, Command Shift P. Updates. Okay, I think I'll probably just switch over to Cursor to do everything inside Cursor. I think that would be a better way of making this work out. So I think all of this is set now, right? So now if I come back to our page, so you can see now that everything now is beginning to look like they are in the same body, and you can see like all the glowing light now, right? Can you see it? So this is how, and you can see like all the glowing lights that's been attached to to the design. Okay, so even let me even take it a little bit further. One moment, let me close this. So I'm trying to fix the navigation, right? So now let me just open root code from here. So the way you do it, you come over to extensions, and then I'm going to search for root code, right? So this is root code here. So where did it now go? So I'm also trying to install VS Code voice to speech. So this should be root code. Where did it go? Yeah. So now, why is it not opening? Okay. So I've forgotten. You need to click on this drop down to have access to root code, and then you can also pin it. So which is what I'm going to do now. So I've pinned it here now. So I have this root code. Now it's asking me for my API key. So you can use any of this requestly or open router, right? So I'm just going to paste my Gemini API key here before we continue. So where is that? So I'm going to come over to settings, select all of these, copy this and paste. Hopefully that works. Okay, so I think it works. Let's try. So I used to start with like what is the time? What is the time? Yeah, so why it's not working is because like the what's it called, the API is wrong. So whenever you're getting errors like this, something majorly because like the API is wrong. So let me just go to my Google AI Studio to get API key. I'm just gonna copy that API key, and now I can come over here to paste it in. Okay, so this is correct now. So now if I go over to, so then again, like all of this section here where you have like auto approve, you can always activate everything here if you want to. Okay, but it's always best to like create a different workspace. Okay, so for it, so I'm going to add a new workspace and I'm going to call it Gemini. Create my workspace for it. Okay, so now in this Gemini, now I can go ahead to like activate any of these things I want to activate here. So I need to include files outside my workspace. So approve browser actions, yes. Always approve MCP, like then always approve mode switching. So approving mode switching does that so that it does it automatically. So I'll show you what the modes are. Then browser computers means that you are giving it the ability to be able to control your computer. Okay, it's always good for different items. And you can enable text to speech, but I usually enable sound effects for everything. So the essence of the sound effect, that let's say for example now I leave to go to the kitchen, right? I leave to go to the kitchen. What it does now is that it gives me that sound where it said, and the sound is like, oh bro, I'm actually done. And I like, okay. Then you can use all these experimental tools too if you want to, but again you have to use with care. So I don't usually select power steering mode. Okay, then when you are done, you always want to hit save, right? So it has saved that profile for me now. So now I can come over here. You can see now I have Gemini as my pinned default, right? So you can have like different types of profiles. Okay, so it's inside the profile that the model is selected. So then for my code now, I'm just going to am I in rule code? Yeah. So for my code now, I have to install that item called Boomerang. So how do I install it? So if I go to rule code website and I click on it, rullecode.com, and I go to view documentation, right? And I go over to is it advantage usage, or let me just search for Boomerang. Yeah, so Boomerang tags, right? You can scroll down and you can see like this is how to install the Boomerang tags. Okay, so there are multiple ways in which you can do it. So you can just download it and place it in the root directory of your folders, which is what I'm going to do. So you can download the Boomerang mode configuration file here, rename it to .ru modes, and place it in your root directory of folder, or you create your own custom mode, and inside your custom mode now you can just copy just this row definition as well as the specific instruction. Okay, so because I'm feeling a little bit lazy, I'm just going to download this one like so, and once you have it downloaded now, it's going to come as a JSON file. So what you want to do is that you want to go and look for your root folder to install it here. So what I'm going to come and do now is I'm going to come out to this file. In this my root folder, I'm going to create a new file. I'm just going to say .ru modes. Is it with an S? Yeah. A name and S. Okay. So yeah, now what I can now do is I'm just going to copy this file, paste it here. No, not this one, sorry. This one that I downloaded. I'm going to copy just everything from here. Copy that, paste it here, save, right? So once I've hit save, now I come back to my rule and I come over to where to go? Edit. Let me see, should be here. No, not yet. Let me go and check. Okay, these are MCP servers. So prompts. Okay, now so in my prompt here now I can add the other one manually. So what I can do is I can click on plus, and then this plus now I can come over to this place, Boomerang. So I'll just copy the name, right? You don't need to put any slug. Then or you can just type in small letter. Then for your role, you can see I'm using global. Then for my role definition now, you can see if I come over here, so this is, can you see role definition? So you can just select everything, copy and paste, right? And then you can see that it has like actions already that you can do. But then for my custom instruction prompt now, so the developers are actually gone ahead to do this for you. So just save. Then you want to click on create mode. So once you have created the mode, now selected it. So again, out of the box, immediately I click created this one, the one in my root folder, which is Boomerang mode that I created, right, is also there. So you can click on done. Now you can see now I am in Boomerang. They are literally the same thing. Okay, if I click on retry, you can see now it's telling me the time and my location from where I'm viewing this video from. Okay, even you know what's funny is like I can actually work on building a countdown timer, right? That I can also pause on the side, and I think I can do like a simple countdown timer website. Okay, so while we have this one done now, so what I can go on to now do is that now I can say I was working on something before and then it stopped working, and I want to control from there, right? So I was updating my navbar, but at some point it got cut off. Can you fix? Okay. So now again I'll go back to Lovable, not Lovable 24 dev, copy the navbar that I said I like. So copy prompt. Then I'm going to paste that right here. Then press send. So now that I've sent it to this one, it's going to look at, oh, okay, Casina is trying to create this thing. So here now I'm going to click on auto approve, so I don't have to be approving it every single time again. So it will be looking at everything to start making all the necessary changes that it needs to make. Okay, while that is going on. So right now I'm still using Gemini 001, right? You can always switch to 2.5 Pro depending on what you want to do, but because I'm using paid Cursor, I do that with this. Okay, so this one is going to just style everything. So yeah, now again, so fine tuning is what makes the design or whatever you are building takes a little bit what's the word now, longer. So right now you see that now it's telling me that there's an issue with your website, like this is not working here. Okay, so what I'm just going to wait for you to no stop, don't do this, cancel. Give me a second, it's trying to install some dependencies that I don't want it to do. Let me check the file again. Let me see. Yeah, okay, so it's trying to install some dependencies that it's not supposed to. This is a React app. I'm going to explain React later, but for now let me just leave it like this. And this is a React app. Again, so making sure that you pay attention to these things can make or destroy your app or website. But again, while it's doing all of this, like you can see that now it's trying to like break everything into like subtasks and trying to change different elements. So you can see like as it's doing it, my website is reloading directly online. Okay, so right now I say I should run this command. So, and this is the advantage of using Boomerang. Like it just plans out the tasks, breaks them into subtasks, and then builds them one after the other. So you can see that it's just making all the changes, all the necessary changes as expected. So I think our website should be ready now. Let's see. Okay, so let me come over here and say I think the website is blank. Check what is going on. Okay, so rule code on the left, Cursor AI, and its agents on the right. So right now it's trying to get the error to see where exactly the problem is, but it's not going to get the error because it's trying to call these two, and these two right now you can see failed to discover browser connection, right? So what I can simply do for it is I can go on right click inspect, and now I can come over to where is it, console, and you can see it has like this errors here. So what I can do is I can just copy all of this, Control C, and then I can paste it here for it like so. But I think it has figured it out already, so it's trying to make changes. So you can see that it's the navigation bar that this rule code tried to create that was what broke the entire step. So it's trying to do that now. Okay, so it said I should go to this 81. So let's switch over to 81. Okay, skip and continue. Okay, so now why is it saying skip and continue? Because when immediately I click on skip and continue, I actually disabled it. So what I can do here now is I need to restart the server separately, right? So let it finish with whatever it's doing here. Then I'm going to restart the server separately. But again, the more you progress, the more you'll be able to. So when you're working with React app, right? There are ways to like starting out the server. If I come over to this file folder and I scroll down and I switch over to not vit package.json file. Yeah, so here now I can always see different examples on how to start my server. So right now I have a particular script here, it's called vit, right? So but when I have like a vit website now, it's what it means is that it's an application that makes my website to reload fast, very fast. So but this is actually the actual code to write restart your server. It's called npm run dev. If you are working with building something that is React at React app. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to come over here and type npm run dev, press enter. So now that this is live now, if I click on refresh, it should load up. Okay. And then if I get any errors, I'm still just going to tell that, okay, so I'm facing this particular errors. And if I try like 2 or 3 times and it's not working, then what I usually do now is you will see me referring back to the AI. So what I can do now is that I know where the issue is, but I'm going to copy this one as well together with our initial set of errors. Then press this and hit on send. Click on send. So you can see that right now it's seeing a Next.js project, right? Instead of using React and Vite plus React. So there are 2 different types of frameworks of building applications. So there are many types of frameworks of building applications. So what it's trying to learn is that it's trying to remove all those things that related to whatever is Next.js. So Next.js is a tool that we use to make things functional in our app or website. I think my camera is already over it. So that's what it's trying to do. So I'm going to click on run command. It's just going to try and do whatever it wants to do and fix all the necessary things that it wants to fix. So at this point now, if I click on skip and continue, it's going to cancel all of this process. So if you don't want it to do that, what you can simply do is click on pop out terminal, right? And then it's going to be running in your terminal, okay? While this is on and going. So again, what is not telling me to do now is that it said I should so I'm going to accept. So it said I should run these commands manually. So sometimes the AI is lazy, it wants to like run 3 commands at the same time. So what I can do is, I think it's already working here. So what I can do is at this point is I can literally just cancel it out and then do everything one after the other. Okay, so I think it's already fixing it already. So let me just chill. I'm impatient. Let me cancel this. So if you want to cancel, you can press Command C two times. Then I'm going to copy the first one. So whenever you have RMRF means you want to delete a file. So I want to delete these 2 files. So that's what I'm doing with the first one here. So it's going to delete those 2 files. I should have even done it individually. Okay, so let me start with the first one. I'm going to delete the first one again. Okay, I think it's gone. And then I'm going to delete the second one. So I think it's done. Then the next thing is I'm going to do this next step here. So you can see now it's loading up. So you can see now like I'm getting like a lot of red in my application. No worries. After once we are done now, it will clean up everything. So you can see that now that now that it's installed, it has removed that part away. So I'm just gonna wait for it to install. So if you are working with Lovable, these are many things that you wouldn't even have to look into anyway. So but like once you switch to Cursor, these are things that you would have to be looking into by yourself, right? So I'm not like doing an advertisement for Lovable. So again, this error here now is because like it's trying to import another project that is not our own. So I'm just going to remove that very quickly and hit save with Command S. Then look for. So again, an easy way of finding where this issue is, like you can literally just jump between links, okay, to find where the error is. So now if I come back here and reload, it's going to tell me not found. So it's still loading up. So right now it's saying that link is not defined, right? And there's this issue here and all like that. Okay. So I can go on and say, you know what, this particular page fix and check the whole app to see if there are any other issues. I know there is not the corresponding, but it gets the point. So that's it. Now the other place that you can also find where there are other issues that you will only see at the bottom here, you can only see this. So that reminds me, in case you lose this, let's say you can't find it, what you just need to do is come over to where you have this middle icon and click on it, and you should be able to have access to it again. So right now I have this kind of problem here, and then it's showing me all these problems, right? I can literally just close everything up like so, and then I can go about dragging all my problems, say one after the other, like this. Okay, I'll be dragging all my problems to the chat section in order to fix it for me. Okay, so that's the advantage of that one. Okay, so like looking at everything and saying, oh, okay, these are all the issues I need to fix, and then fixing them all. So you can see how my page now looks like. Super cool, super cool. But notice as I click on it now, it's not like all the action that's supposed to take place are not taking place. But these are things that you guys really fix, right? I didn't even pick the color, I didn't specify. It just knew out of the box that okay, this is the color you should use, right? So let's say we want to change this countdown challenge now. It's because right now I feel like it looks ugly or it looks too colorful, and I want to fix it. I can go back to 21st Dev, right? So this is like my best reference point to getting good design. So I can look for countdown, and you always see like a lot of interesting looking countdown designs, right? You can see this one. You can see this. Yeah, I like this style. So what I can do is I can copy this style. I'm just going to copy the prompt again, and then okay, so notice that like the problem is already reducing now while we have all of this going on here. So now if I come back to our page, yeah, we have something that looks kind of good. Okay, so but I can tell you that see the register button. So again, you want to always take screenshots like this and paste it here. So I noticed something now that the register and join our team or whatever button is that they are actually far away from the hero section text. So can you please fix that? And again, so what you can go on to do is like you can just keep refining till you are done. And I think at this point we're just going to call this one a close after this one, right? And anybody, if you want to have access to this stuff, I'm going to post in the chat now, so that you can also like go ahead to clone these websites and you can use for anything that you want to do. Okay, so let me just copy that and post it. Yeah, that looks more like it. Okay, so we have this section, looks good. We have this, okay, everything looking good with its own separate color. We have this section here, we have all of this and all like that. Okay, so now let's go to our next tool that we want to build. So the next tool we are going to build in is we want to actually just build a simple countdown timer website. Okay, just a simple countdown timer website. So again, specific keywords you can use here now again is I'm going to click on accept, and I think I'm good. Okay, so now I'm going to open a new window, and this new window now I can open another project, and then this time around I can create another one, documents, Page 24 hours challenge. Then this time around, I just want to do a countdown timer. Countdown timer app. Okay, so here now we're going to be creating our first Next.js project. Okay, so Next.js is just like a framework for building. So we have a lot of different types of framework that we used to use to build. Okay, we have the case of React, we have the case of Next.js, we have the case of Vue, we have the case of TanStack, and so many others. All right, but for the purpose of this class, you don't necessarily need to have like a full-on idea. The more you begin to build and make mistake, the more you find out how easy it is to do, and then the more you're able to read the so-called code that is hard to read. Okay, so now let's just plan it out. Okay, so now I started this code challenge, and now I just want to have like a simple countdown website whereby it's going to be counting down like from 24 hours to what's it called, it's going to count down from 24 hours to 0, right? So I've actually spent 2 or 3 hours already in the course of this countdown. So what I want is that I want to have a widget where I can set the countdown timer, and then not a widget now, I want a website where I can literally set the countdown timer, and then I can save, and then the countdown can start from wherever I set it on, and then I can be looking back and forth. In terms of the UI, I want it to look futuristic, the latest and greatest design, and then make it let it have fun. I want the app to be the app itself now to be very, very delightful. What you can make use of is Tailwind. Tailwind is for styling. Next.js is the project, and just perform the best practices. Okay, now I want you to take advantage of the sequential thinking MCP to plan it out before you go and start writing code. Okay, so it's going to put that out there, and then now I can press enter, and then it's going to use sequential thinking to do that, and you will see how to start thinking in the breakdown. Okay, so it said I'm going to help you to do this countdown timer using sequential thinking. So you can say call an MCP2, and then you can see now sequential thinking says it's going to think 6 times. Okay, so you say first let me analyze the core requirement from what you said. Okay, so anytime I want to like brainstorm an idea, I just stick to sequential thinking, because like it just brainstorm the idea clearly. You say let me break down the technical architecture. Can you see it? The front-end architecture is going to be a Next.js 5, Next.js 14, though there's the latest one which is Next.js 15. So different versions. So now the best thing that you can now go and do is you can even go to their website and say, okay, what is Next.js? So I can go ahead and search for Next.js like this. So it's going to take me to Next.js website, and in Next.js website now what I can do is, okay, this is a React framework for the web. It's used by some of the largest companies in the world. Okay, then if I switch over to docs, right, what is Next.js? It's a React framework. So React is like a base for many of these things, and the base of React is also JavaScript. So in the web we have 3 steps, right? 3 files that always have to work together. So we have your HTML, your CSS, and then your JavaScript. So but like people start saying that JavaScript could be a lot more, but the problem is that we have to like do redundant things over and over again. So they started building these so-called frameworks such that they can leverage on going away from having to build like basic things over and over again. For example, you have a navigation. If you have like 6 website pages, you have to build that navigation over and over again, right? Instead of doing that, why don't you just have a single file that will be a component that you can create separately, and then whenever you just need that particular component, you can just call it by the name, oh, navbar component, so I'm going to use it in this other page website, right? So like your about us section, contact us section, right? Because it literally is still the same thing in your home page. Okay, so that is the advantage of that. Okay, so you can see now you can use it to build user interfaces and add additional features and optimization. Okay, so what I usually do is that I usually go through, like, I just usually scan some of these things and read through the instruction, right? You don't need to know how to write any of the code, but having a clear understanding. So it's like telling that, okay, these are, you create a project structure, so these are your project structure must look like. So you must have a source, you must have your app, and then the pages within your app. Okay, and then you can like go ahead to like click on any of the link to see the further breakdown of all of these things. Okay, so it's just a way to like give you a better idea of how some of these things tend to work. So I think it's done planning everything out, right? So he said I've completed the initial planning for your countdown timer website. Before we proceed, I need answers to the following clarifying questions, right? Should the countdown persist across browser refreshes? I would say yes. Number one, yes, please. Right? So these are things I didn't even think about. That's the fact that I'm a user experience designer, right? But again, these are things that because I'm also trying to like brainstorm very quickly, I can do this, right? And then do you want a single or multiple countdown? So I can even say what is the best use case? What is the best use case? Best use case, right? So questions to answer that question. 3, are there any specific countdown for when countdown reaches 0? So yes, I want a huge confetti that takes up my screen and says congratulations, right? Do you want sound effects? Yes, and hooray sound effect is not a bad idea. Okay, number 5, do you want to resume and pause? Definitely, because after 12 hours we'll be ending the program for today. Definitely. Can you see it? So these are specifics that I didn't even give you before. Okay, so I'm going to click on send, and then now again the sequential thinking is going to take everything I've said, and it's going to analyze it and then try and plan for that. Okay, so the thought process again could increase or could be double or could be more, right? And I'm just using auto without stressing myself. I can see now again it has said, okay, you know what, next time around I'm going to just think about in 5 different steps. So now I'm trying to analyze what he's saying here. All right, and then I'm going to update all the technical dependencies and all like that. Okay. So sequential thinking is an MCP tool, like I said, and it's like one of the best tools I use. So, and the essence of all of these tools is that it helps you to make it easy to be able to build whatever you want to build. And again, please and please don't just jump into building. You want to like plan it out clearly. And that's why I use Boomerang, because Boomerang also like takes steps or takes tasks and then breaks it into like further tasks. I also have other tools that I use to break into further tasks, right? So right now you can see now instead I've refined the plan on your responses and made the decision to go with a single counter implementation for the following reasons: better user interface and experience, more impactful celebrations, simpler state management, better social challenge, right? A full screen with sound effect and so on. I'm going to use this and this and this and this and this. Okay, would you like me to first implement it? No, I want you to write a full implementation list of every steps, and if a step is too large, break it down into sub steps or task, and make sure that make sure you write a .cursor rules file that instructs the cursor agent on how to implement the task, update the completed steps with check marks, and update the implementation list and update the implementation list um, with a summary of or log of the implementation, and whenever it has done a step, it should read through the previous implementation as well as the summary so as not to destroy a working code. So you want to put this type of information here as a guardrail so that it doesn't break your file. So right now you can see again using sequential thinking to create an implementation list and a .cursor rule file. Okay, and notice I'm using agent. If I was in the case where I was in a different mode like ask or edit, it's not going to work the way I expect it to be, right? So right now you can see that right now is building what? A .cursor rules file. Okay, so you can see that it has written it out the way I want it to be. Okay, so now that it has written this .cursor rules file for me, I can go ahead to just copy this. I'm going to come over to cursor settings. Okay, then now I want to go to rules. Okay, if I scroll all the way down, you can see where I have like add new rule. So I'm going to click on add new rule, and now you can see I have this .cursor app, right? So inside my .cursor app now I have my rules. Okay, it's supposed to take me to add new. Yeah, so you can see now it's asking me that, okay, what should I call my rule name? I can say implementation rule. Okay, press enter. So here now I'm going to now paste everything I have in my .cursor rules. I'm going to paste it here like this. Okay, very important. So once you have it saved here now I can go ahead to delete this one. Okay, move to trash. Okay, now I can click on accept. So now I have this implementation list and everything with the breakdown, right? So now that I have all of this, okay, it's going to go ahead to create all of this for me one after the other and this. So now I can open a new chat. Again, another thing is that you always want to open a new chat so that it doesn't break things apart for you. So now I'm just going to do, because I want to one shot the code, I'm going to switch over to Gemini Pro 2.5 Pro because I want to just have a quick one shot for this code. So now I will tell you that, okay, you always want to give like a project context, right, of everything. So in this place here now, let me go back to my previous chart, and then I say let me switch back to auto for now. Okay, give me a full project implementation document. Okay, so press enter. So it's going to work on a project implementation document. So this implementation is the implementation plan. Okay, why a project implementation document is going to be like, it's going to give you the summary, it's going to give you all the context that the AI is supposed to understand before it now goes about like checking all these steps one after the other, checking all these steps one after the other. So that's what I'm trying to do now with this one here. Okay, so again, for those on X, please, if you have questions, you can always ask me a new question. If you have other things that you can advise on to improve what I'm talking about, you can also drop it in the chat section. And then for those on YouTube and that can hear me too, if you have any question, you can just post it here, and I'll be happy to answer the questions while building. So right now, can you see now? Right now, like it has written the project, so it's a futuristic countdown with all the breakdowns, all the project structure, the type of code you can write, giving it different examples, right, and so on and so forth. Okay, so now it has even special like the color, the technical consideration, and so on and so forth. Okay, so there's even you can even break it down that, okay, so this is project implementation document. So I'm just going to do Control C like this, and then I'm going to open a new chart. It's very important that when you start your project after, you want to start with a new chart. So I'll say so I want to like one shot it, like I said. So I'm going to do Pro Max. It's very expensive, but it works. So now I can paste it here, right? So once you paste the document, it does this. So again, I can paste it here. or drag and drop, whichever one. Now implement. Now start, like something as simple like this, or just start. Now start, press enter. So what it's going to try to do is that it's going to look through everything together with the cursor rules that you've created here before, right? So together with the cursor rules that you've created, it's going to start thinking about everything one after the other, and then to be asking you a question. Oh, okay, I want to create it. Can you see it's using the latest one now? I'll press Y. Do you see? Do you want to proceed? Y. So then once I press Y now and press enter, it will start installing. So once that one is done, you can say, okay, could not create a variable because the npm naming is wrong. Okay, so now it's going to think about it for a couple of seconds and say, I can see where the problem is. Do you want, can you rename the working directly through using lower cases? Okay, so now I'll go back to my folder. Give me a second here. Let me go back to my folder. Countdown timer app. Give me a second. Okay, then let's come back to cursor. Okay, I'm done with this one. Yeah, okay, so now say try again. Like I said, every question you ask is very expensive, so you always want to make sure that you get it right. Okay, so could not create the project, blah blah blah. So let me see what it's saying here. No, let me delete this one. No, there's an error. I think it hasn't overwritten my code. Yeah, it has overwritten all the code I wrote here. So okay, let's see. No. So this is one of the reasons why we don't usually start what's it called? We don't usually start projects in Cursor. It's better to just like another to get a template online and then it does it. So it's still going to give me that error. So it said, do you want to use TurboPack? Yes. So I'll click on it. Yes. Okay, now it's trying to install all the necessary information. Okay. So where is it trying to install it? Okay, now it's trying to install it here. So I'm just waiting for it to finish, because if I click on pop-up terminal now, it will continue from where it stops. So but I always prefer like you should just do it one step at a time. Okay. So now it has finished. Then now it's thinking about the project, and it will now start implementing everything one after the other. Right. So it will say, do you want to overwrite? Yes, overwrite. Okay. So you can see it here now. Okay, then I can click on accept. You see out of the box now it has started writing the logs, right? Because it's following the instruction I gave it initially. Okay, so now that it has done that, now we are done with step one. So here now again, what I want to do is I'm just going to recreate this file, or just save it again. So once you save it, I should show up in this place. Okay, so now that we have this, what I can simply do, go ahead to do now is that before I continue, I always prefer to like what's the word, open the app in the root folder, so that you don't have to, because like if I click on this place here now and I come over to terminal, you see I'm in this folder. If I try to launch the app, it's not going to show. Okay, it's actually there already. So sometimes if I try to launch it, it's not going to show. So I always prefer to like open, make the inner folder the workspace. So if I come back to my my file explorer now, or find the app here, where do you go? Yeah, so you can see that we have these two here. So we have this one, we have this one. Okay, so which one is it now? I don't even know. I think it should be this one. Okay, so let me just go back to this page for now and continue from where I stopped. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, I think I need to start closing a lot of my apps. Okay. Yes, yes. So, and this is the advantage of using VS Code, or what's it called? Yeah, VS Code. So right now my computer is already beginning to hang. So that's why, like, as a developer, you always want to have like a very large RAM. 16 gig is not a fair amount again. You always need like 32 gig and above. So I'm just trying to close as much applications as I can. Okay, so okay, I stopped this one already then. So let me close this one now. Oh, I'm sharing the screen of this one, so I cannot close it. I think same with this one too. Okay, I can close this one. So don't save. Okay, I don't think I can close this one. Yep. All right. So now we have this stuff here. So I can see now, I can go on to say continue, right? So now it's going to look for its instruction file to continue. So again, this one is not there. So I'm going to click on Ctrl S, so it comes back. So you can see it now, right? Because if the instruction file is not there, it's not going to perform the task. So now I can click on continue. And again, every request is $0.05. So before you knew it like this, you've already done a lot, even without knowing. So right now it's trying to plan different things out and build out. Why is it using different extension? Oh, it was in it was literally in the settings. Okay. So again, like, please always look at what you are doing before you start. Okay. So right now it's just planning all the necessary things out that I should use before continuing. So you can say I'm unable to do this. So it's trying to open that code base up. So you can see now. So this is exactly what I was saying, that sometimes it may say I cannot find the parent directory of the file. So can you please let me open the correct parent directory? So that's what I want to do for it now. I want to open the correct parent directory and start afresh from there. So I have these two, which is actually correct. So that means the other ones. So this one is the wrong one. Oh, it actually duplicated the file. So let me see. So let me delete this one. Okay. Then let me go back and rename this. I know what I'm going to do instead is I'm actually just going to delete every other thing, and including the, let me just start a new folder fresh. So I'm going to call this one count down timer, like so. Okay, so then I'm going to open this with I'm going to open it with VS Code, right? So, and there's another shortcut I use in my terminal. Okay, so I can say open with cursor like this, and I'll drag the folder inside here, then press enter. So it's going to try and open the app now with cursor, and this is it here. Okay, so what I just want to do is I just want to create those 3 files again. So just a moment, please. So trying to find the 3 files I created. So this is one and the one and the two. So and then the new file now. Okay. So the mistake I did was like I named it like capital letter. So I should have made everything just small letter, right? So now all I just need is cancel. Give me a second. Let me transfer the file. Yeah, so I need 1, 2, 3. Copy that and then paste it right here. Yep. So those three are the 3 things I need. So now I can go about closing this one. So I only have this, right? So now again, I'm just going to use the Google Gemini, right, to write it. So again, remember, I have my rules, I have my implementation, and then I also have my project here files, right? So now I will make sure that you attach this one. So what you're trying to do, you're trying to build up context for the AI, right? You can also tag it here too by pressing at and then type the name of the file implementation and then to find it easily. Okay, and then I can just go about and say start. Okay, press enter. So once I press start like this, now it's going to look at everything and then try and start implementing everything immediately. So you can see now no more errors again because now the directory is correct. How is it trying to move it? Did I change? Okay, let's just try and move it. Let's see. Oh, it's still trying to go back to that previous folder. It's trying to go back to that previous folder. So I need to look at the project file rules. Let me see. Give me a second. I think I'll have to switch from Gemini now. After now. So again, these are the errors you are going to face, but at least that's the essence of the live. So you can see all the errors that you can possibly face. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Then let me just read through the files and start afresh. So I'm trying to see whether there's any place I gave it an instruction that is not supposed to have. Okay. So let me switch to Sonnet Max and then do add these two and then say start. Okay, so let's start it. Let's see what it looks like. So again, all of these are very expensive, but why. Let me give you why. Why are you doing this? Aha. So let's just do. You should do it in the subdirectory. Yes. Better. Aha. Now he said, do you want to use turbo pack? I'll say yes. So yes. So it will start installing all the dependencies. So dependencies are the other types of applications that it needs to run on your computer. So it's just going to download and install everything. So you can see it's trying to download React DOM, and Next, and then it's also installing TypeScript. So TypeScript is for what, how would I put it like this? Like, it's a way to tell the computer that what you're typing is actually correct. So basically, uh, then Tailwind is for styling. So you want a fancy color and an easier way of actually styling. So that's it. So now it has created that sub projects inside this place, right? So you can see everything here. So I think that's what I should have done. Like, say, when you want to start this project, it should be in a sub project folder. Okay. So now you can see that now it's going ahead to, like, it has created a readme file. So the readme file is a good file that you can use to check, that you can use to put at the front page of your GitHub page. So when people go there, they can get the context of exactly what is going on. So right now you can see that it's trying to like one shot everything all at once. So I'm not doing much, right? So you say, oh, let me start by implementing our base file, create our constant, and so on and so forth, right? It has even created music sounds, okay, .mp3 and so on and so forth. And now it's trying to create time functionality. So if I come over to my source file, right, and I check everything now, come to store, hooks, components, can see I have celebration, app, and it's trying to, and if you look at it very well, it's trying to mirror this closely. Okay, so that's why you need to plan all of these things out so that the AI has like a lot more context to work with, such that, so your planning phase is like the most difficult part, because if you don't get it right, you have to like struggle to try and figure all of these things out. So again, if you remember what I said, you want to have your project implementation document, you want to also have your implementation plan that is going to be checking off as it's creating all of the files one after the other. Okay, and then it's also going to be putting like a log file for all of these things. So right now I don't think it's got the context of everything, but let's see what it does till it's done, right? So it's just literally writing the code, and look at the number of files it has written. Like, okay, not this one, but look at, it has created different SVG files immediately for you, even up to favicon. Can you see it? Okay, this one came with the application installed. Apart from that one, like, you can see how long the code is, right? 67 lines, 55 lines, and so on and so forth. Okay, so, and interesting that, again, if you are not someone that writes code and you just want to like visualize what is going on, I'm going to show you another way to visualize all of the code, so you can get a context of exactly what is going on. Sometimes I also use it to like figure out, oh, okay, where a particular problem is taking place. Okay, so you can see now he's also trying to fix the errors that is facing at the same time, so which is one of the advantages of using Cursor. So I'm just going to wait for it now to finish that. But again, Cursor Max is very expensive. You can use Gemini to achieve all of these things. You just need more patience and explanation. Well, I don't have patience, so that's why I'm using Cloud Sonnet. So every course is costing me a lot of money, as far as I'm concerned, a lot of money. But I don't mind, because I only use it like once in a blue moon like this. So you can see that it's creating all the files one after the other, and I think we are moving forward. So this is the second app we are creating, that we created a successful 24-hour challenge landing page, and I showed you how you can style it, right? And how to also like add animation to even give it like make it fun and interesting. So right now you can see it's creating like the design system, setting everything up correctly. Mm-hmm. 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 So I think we are live now. So let's just see. So right now I think it's has changed a couple of things. I was expecting it's supposed to check. It didn't mark the things it was supposed to do. Let me check something quickly. Okay, so it said our website is live, so I'm just going to control click on this and let's go and check it out. See whether it's actually live or not. Oh wow, this is it. Very simple, looking good already. It's not the best interface, but it's looking good already. And then now let's just test for now. So I'm just going to do 2 minutes, no, 1 minute, and let's click on start countdown. Okay. Right now you can see it's nothing's happening yet, right? Because everything is just 0, 0, 0, 0. So let me see. So now it's saying that it wants to start with phase 2. So let's so before you start with phase 2, refer back to before you start phase 2. Okay. So now the essence of this cursor is that it tells it exactly what to do. I don't want to be talking too much because I know that it's supposed to update this document here, this especially this one, right? It didn't do that. Okay. So it's going to look through again to be able to like, okay, I'm going to refer and look at it and look at my implementation so far. So let me see whether it has an instruction that says before read through every implementation summary. Okay, so let me add it here now. Okay, so now I can hit save on this one. So this one is dead. So now next time I can say you are not paying attention to like code quality rules. That's number one, right? So again, these rules are very important for you to follow one after the other. And then so the documentation update readme. Again, I also add update the implementation .md summary or log section with your latest implementation. So, but again, it's going to be for the next set of rules now. So it's going to try and update all of these things, because the thing is, once you hit send, the AI just takes everything, and then it's not going to be looking at the files again. Now it's just all about implementing, and so on and so forth. So until it is done. So now it's trying to create these sounds. So you can see app, hooks. So let's just wait for it. So can you see now it's updating the implementation log. So if you scroll down, you can see it here now, it's updating it, right? So now you can see it's looking through everything and it's updating it accordingly as expected, right? So again, this stuff here is very, very important, so that it looks through it at first before it goes to going to go and implement whatever it wants to implement. So now that I have it, I can go on to say, okay, look through the entire file, look through the entire file, and mark the completed sections. Okay, so I will click on in at implementation.md. Okay, then press send. So again, you want to do this, and mind you, I did a very huge mistake before I started. I didn't initialize my GitHub. Can you see it now? So in first time I checked that the website was working already, right? That's what I should have done first. So 5 minutes. If I click on start countdown now, do you see now? Our countdown is already working already. No stress involved, right? So that it's going to come and look at this thing. So we've created a countdown app already, okay? And we can even like extend the functionalities of these things, okay, without even me like trying to like specify, oh okay, this is exactly I want the interface to look like and everything. Just a little bit of an idea for it to move, and it's doing that already. And notice that now it's not checking everything and like, oh marking, yeah, I've done this, 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 I've gone through the project structure, I've done this, I've done this, I've actually implemented all of this, I've done this, as well as animation and all of this, I've done this, I've done this. And then now polishing and testing. Okay, so now I say I want to continue with this. Okay, so I'm going to click on send. Yeah, okay, and you can see that it's now updating with all the files again. So if you don't set all these project rules, so these are like, you will just be complaining like, AI is not working for me. No, AI is working, just that there's a way and a pattern you have to follow in order to get it done. Okay, let me see whether people have questions for me. Yep. Yes. So somebody asked that, so are you trying to like create PLD? Yes, I'm creating PLD because like it's very, very important to create your PLDs before you even start at all, because if you don't create your PLDs, it can be very problematic. Okay, so but like again, I'm addressing this from the point of view of like people who don't have any idea about like how software development works, and that's why I'm telling you that, okay, you want to create this kind of specific files so that it makes it easy for the AI to understand exactly what you're trying to do or what you're trying to build. Okay, and you can see now it's going to be going like in this kind of loop until it gets everything done and it fixes everything well enough for you. Okay, so we've done 2 projects already. We've created a countdown page. We've also created, so now let's go to our countdown page. See, so 5:34. So we're going to come back so to see the confetti, right? So let's just do a little bit of styling changes, right? So now that I'm good for all of this, right? Again, a new chart. So styling changes. let me go to 21st Dev because like I really like this stuff. They have like very good stuff there for styling changes. So let's just do let's look for a nicer um typography, so to speak. So if I search for typography, there are like different type of fonts. I like this kind of variant over this kind of written text, or this, right? I actually like the overall layout. Okay, so what I can do is I can literally come over here now. You can see like the way I'm hovering on it, right? So I'll say I want to match this look and feel. So again, here now you can even give like a row. So you are an expert designer who understands Swiss design and the absolute understanding of the use of white space. I want you to style my countdown such that it looks like the reference image I'm giving to you. So I'm going to paste that in. And again, I'm also going to copy this prompt here again. And then apart from copying this prompt now, right, then I can also still paste this here. Okay, so click on send. Before it starts this stuff, I'm just going to quickly add this one here, commit that, publish my branch because I'm just starting for the first time. So again, it's going to be live on my repository. So you can create amazing stuff very quickly, right? So if you follow these steps the way I've said it, it's like very easy to do. So if you have an idea that you want me to build that, just drop it in the chat section and I'm going to refer to that very quickly. So you can see now it's trying to like create this style, and no, now I'm trying to like go crazy, right? Instead of just having a simple boring look like this right now, it's going to change the entire look and feel. So but let's say our confetti, right? 18, 17, 16, 15, and if you notice it's kind of like slow and a little bit jarring, right? These are fixes that we can also do to make it work out. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, 0, time up. And you can see how the confetti looks like. It looks very good, and it shows up right here. So you say, do you want to set, you can set a new timer, you can just close, right? So I have this closed, right? So right now, in terms of look and feel, this does not look like a great app, but again, when this is done, all said and done, it's going to look way much more better. So for those that people I think I'm not like doing anything, see my hands are up, I'm not doing anything. The AI is just doing its stuff. So you can see it here, right? mm, you can see it here. So that's written its stuff, right? So as simple as the page is like the again as you are updating, like you'll be seeing a lot of errors, but again it's just going to be fixing the error by itself. So again you can do it manually, but here it's already set to auto fix, right? I know it's kind of painful. Okay, so we are good. So what I can do is let me just reload this page. See. Okay, saying I should go to 3001. Let me check that one. Okay. Okay, so let me go back, see. Okay, so I think there are some issues here with the code here, so I can drag it over and say uh, check this issue. Okay, then again I can also take a screenshot and say this is what you did, this is what you created. The first image is what you created, the second image is what style I am expecting to see. So let me come back here, take a screenshot again and paste that in here so I can see the image here. Oh, still the same image. Okay, so let me close that one and just screenshot and then place on my try and get the image from my finder. Yep. So you see I want to update the main page to use the gold color. That's weird. When did we have gold color? Okay. Let's see. So let me click accept and reload. So I don't know why I'm not seeing any changes yet. let me check this. Okay, so I'm just going to terminate this one for now. Remember when I told you this, you can click on this to see, then you want to switch over to terminal. Okay, so I don't think I have, so I think I have npm run dev. Okay, there's no npm, so let me do ls cd. So cd means change directory, so it's a missing script, so meaning that you are not in the correct folder. So count down timer. Then if I do ls, so ls means a show me the list, so now it means I'm in the correct folder. So now I can do npm run start. So npm run dev. So that's how to start if you are using a Next.js application. So I think I also have this thing open elsewhere, so let me just check. Okay, no. Okay. So let me see, go and say I don't see any changes, right? So let me downgrade because I think I'm managing a lot of money already. So let me just switch to 3.7. So again, you can use different types of models. I've turned off the thinking for now. Okay, so let me click on accept. Let's see whether there's any change. No change. Let's do 1 minute. Oh, okay. Sometimes your browser may be misbehaving. So what you can do is, if you refresh and you don't see any changes, you can go to inspect, and then you want to go over to your console now. Not console. Application. Yeah, you want to go to application, and then you want to come over to storage, and inside storage now you have like this site data. So you want to click on clear site data. So sometimes it could be as a result of that. Okay, so if I refresh again, there's still no change. Okay, no, let me just do something as basic as like see, style the start countdown button properly. So let me make that change. Let me see whether it's going to make changes. If I cannot see it, then I know that there's an issue from this code. Oh, now I understand. I understand why it's wrong. So it's making those changes, but like I wasn't like very explicit um with the stuff. So again, let me go to like click on 5 minutes, click on start, and I'm just going to pause for now. So now that I can see this, I want to change the interface to even look more cooler, right? So I'm going to start explaining in a lot of details what I want to achieve. So again, I'm going to come back here, take a screenshot like this, and start a new chat. Okay, so this is our first. Then take a screenshot like this and paste here. Good. So I will now go ahead to start getting like detailed explanation of what I want to achieve. So first thing first is for you to know is that you are an experienced Swiss designer. So full stop. Then next line now. So the first image is the layout style of what I have in mind, and then the second image is what the application currently looks like. So what I want to do now is that I want that countdown timer to be very big and placed at the top left, and then at the bottom you can place icons, whatever you like, different items that relate to that countdown timer, like stop time, start time, pause, and so on and so forth. And I want you to take advantage of using the 12-point grid system to style it that way. And then I also want you to give me that kind of vibrant blue. Then again is okay. Let's just end it here. Then when you're done, let me know. So I'll click on send, and it's going to adjust that. So right now 3.7 is not as if it's free. It gives me ability to have fast requests. So I have like 500 requests to be able to make requests, to be able to chat with the AI basically. So now what it's trying to do now is just trying to clean up. So building out the app and the functionality is somewhat mostly faster, but like making it have like a very beautiful looking interface or a nicer user experience is where it now becomes kind of like an also. So you can see how everything is looking very cool already. So now we have this here, we have this here, we have this here, right? And we have all of this here. So just the way I had in mind, right? So this is how you can make it look good. Now I'm going to like fix the font so it looks very interesting. So now I can also resume now again. So I can see like now we went from that boring looking design to something like this, okay? And then I can even click on restart to restart, and then I have my countdown timer here. Click on 5, start countdown, and then I have this it. So it's even still trying to like refine it, okay, as we move on. So it's trying to add grid because of what I said. I'm going to remove the grid background anyways, um, as we move on. So I noticed that it kind of like puts this arrow bar here. I actually don't need the arrow bar. This time here is enough for me, okay? And again on that I noticed that people may not necessarily know whether it is hours, minutes, or seconds. So we could also actually add that to it to show that it's actually hours or minutes or seconds. So it's still trying to do all of that now. So right now I can just click on commit again because I like where I am right now, and then I can commit it. Then make sure you always sync your changes, very important. Okay, so we have all of this now. So let's even make it even more nicer, right? So I like what I'm seeing here, but I'm just going to do a little bit of adjustment. Okay, for the timer now, what I want you to do is I want you to use enter, and I want it to be the same enter, but I want you to use the alternative text, so the alternative styling for the zeros as well as the number, and then make sure it is the thin one and long. Then the loading bar that is moving consistently, I'm not really interested in that, so can you take that out? So it's going to do just that. Okay, so while it is counting down, you're just going to wait for it to do that. I noticed that it has also changed like the color of my navigation bar. I didn't even specify that. So it's like a designer that looks at your design and thinks about, oh, okay, I think this is what this person went. Okay, these are, I can also like make it look nicer, right? So it's going to do just that. Change it to enter, style it the way I have in mind, and fix accordingly. Do you see now? It's looking exactly what I have in mind. So this is the style I wanted for this entire, because I've done a design like this before using in Figma. uh, Let me show you. I think I posted it on X. Let me check. If I go to my X gallery profile, media, yeah, I use it here for this design. Then there's one other design too. Yeah, this. So can you see it? So this is how we have the countdown timer, right? So I think it should be done now. Okay, still working on it. So I don't know why this line is not closing up. So we are going to fix that as well as these dots. So let me see whether I can use row code now. So I'm just going to create a new chart entirely, and please just remove the grid background. So let's see. If it tries to overshoot anything, I'm just going to stop it. So right now, I'm trying to read through all my code. Yeah, so it has done that. Can you see how looking very good already? So now I can start. So I can like be working with two different AIs while I'm just basically vibe coding, right? So again, I have these lines, but I don't think this looks good. So like, let me take a screenshot and say the zero lines feel broken. Can you fix? Okay. So while it's trying to do that, right now I notice that it's scrolling. I don't want it to even scroll at all. But let me see how this will look like when it gets to zero. Yeah, okay. So it's still using this style here. So oh, your time is off. Start a new timer and all like that. So and this doesn't feel like a button. So let me just tell AI this doesn't feel like a button. So it's going to look at the styling of the button and try and fix that. While this is also trying to fix one or two issues. So again, let me do 1 minute. Start countdown. It's not getting it. So let me just switch back to Figma very quickly. So what I'm trying to use Figma is because like I created it already, so I just need to find this style, and I can no instead of using this one, I think it should be. Yep. So I can just copy it and switch to developer mode in right in Figma. Then what I just want to do is I just want to copy all of this, right? Then I can go back to VS Code. So I can say this is no, this is not it. Should have closed this by now. Okay. Okay. So right now this is what it's giving me. Let me reload. I think my computer is about to crash. Prisma. Okay, so now, yeah, so now you can see now it looks like a countdown button is now that's that look and feel as expected. Then this one now can be 5 seconds and start countdown. And now we are very very close, but not there exactly. So what I'm going to do instead is, okay, still loading up. Uh, so I think it's trying to create it by itself. Yeah, I think that's what it's trying to. It's trying to create it by itself. But instead of letting it create it by itself, I will just give it the correct styling right about now. After this now, once it's done rendering all of this stuff, I'll give you the correct styling that I should use to be able to do the right thing. Okay. So let me give it 1 second. Right now everything looks very weird, but again, as you are trying to style, so it's trying to like do even crazier things I did not send it to do. So at this point, I'm just going to stop it for now. And then remember when I said that you can always like revert, right? So I can tell you now to like, okay, with what you have, this is where you can discard all the changes. So it just goes back to like what you have initially, which is this. This is what I had initially, right? So I had this one initially. So this is what I had initially, right? So I can go back to now styling it properly. So let me use rule code. So now I have this please style the font um, countdown timer, right? So it's going to look at this, try and use boomerang to plan the subtags, all right? And then it's going to look at the current application interface to see where exactly it is and fix all the necessary things it needs to fix in order to make it done, all right? So right now it has brought back the what's it called, the background, but we are going to remove that again shortly. So again, let me do 5 seconds start countdown timer. So you can see now it's using the correct styling, right, as expected. Okay, so let's start changing a couple of things. All right, so you can see we have pause, we have play, we have reload to restart, all right, and we have start countdown. Okay, so now let's say this one, right, scale up the timer, scale up the timer and remove the progress bar. Okay, then this one I can say remove. So I'm going to start a new file that I can say remove the background or the grid, remove the grid background. So again, sometimes when you are doing it, like the things can break like this, but don't be scared. It's going to figure it out and fix everything accordingly. Okay, so sometimes I can get errors like this. Just wait for the AI to finish whatever it's doing first, and then when it's done, it's going to fix everything accordingly for you. No, I only needed to remove the background. What are you trying to do? Accept. Okay, so now start a new file. Can you see my screen now? Let me see. Yeah, so this is how it looks like now. So I removed the grid pattern. So now I can say increase. Just try and increase the size of the countdown timer. It looks good right now. I just need to increase the size. Okay. So right now you can see that it has like literally increased that. So we have one boring initially. We had one boring countdown timer initially, but now it looks very very good. So now let's go about fixing some other just subtle interface issues, right? Mm, mm, mm. Um, so I can go and say, okay, I actually noticed that the page is scrolling. The page should be fixed on one page. I don't want it to scroll at all. Okay, so do that. Then now I want to give you that this functionality where when you hover on it, you have this. Where is it? Yeah, you have like this kind of interaction when you hover on it. So let's do that. So I'm going to copy the prompt and say when I hover on the countdown timer itself, I want to be able to have this effect. So when I click on the countdown timer, I want to be able to have this effect. Okay, so you can see like I'm switching between two agents, right? I have the root code agent and I also have the what's it called? So you say I will provide the content now. I will provide the content now later. So why are you asking me? Mm, okay, no, let me just use this one. So sometimes like if I don't like one, I can always switch. That's the advantage of this stuff. So I'm going to paste the prompt here and see. So I know one of them will get it right. Got what I'm saying, right? So can you see it now? So now it just asks me to run command, then I can just click on run command. So even it sees all the errors like this and then it knows exactly what to do. So why this one is ongoing again, it's always good practice that you have like a new task, right? Very important. Hello? So let's see how broken we have what we have. So you can see now when I over it, like it's getting it right. So you can see each one for each. So you just need to like kind of animate more to like more colors or morph into other colors. So let's see. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. So instead of yeah, this looks good, right? So now let's restart it. Okay, and then this actually looks very ugly. So what if there was a way whereby we could actually um create even make this set your timer look way much more better, right? So this way I go to like Dribbble to just try and get inspiration of like countdown timer or just timer UI, right? So I'm just going to press enter like this to get different inspirations of different timers to just try and see how they look. So they're just like normal countdown, but if you search more, you'll be able to see even way much more um interesting looking ways of having timer look like. For example, if you look at this here now, like you can literally just start swiping right from left to right to be able to achieve something like that. So in our own case here now, if you say we should try and do something like this to just type and hold, it's going to be a little bit problematic in terms of like user experience. So how can we now, the idea now is how can we do it in such a way that the users can easily set a timer that will look interesting or enjoyable to use. So we can even still go ahead to like look for other stuff. Like look at this one. So like you have like a knob that you can just left click and drag over and over again. And then now that I'm even thinking about it, like and this is what like makes your code a little bit more difficult, or what's it called now, a little bit more difficult to work with, right? Because like when you have to do all these bells and whistles, it's kind of like very difficult to play with. Okay, so for example, you have something like this now, and then you want to do like, oh, how do I so if I'm going to create something like analog like this, I know I'm going to definitely have to drag it, right? And then I'll drag it like in a circular motion. And then if you have to drag it like in a circular motion now, you have hours, you have minutes. Okay, so you have to be able to set this section here such that it moves from it's able to detect the number of hours or minutes. So now while you're thinking about that, you can say, okay, so for minutes is easy because it's just you just need to grant in like one revolution, right, to give you like 1 hour. How about when you want to set it for how about when you want to set it for hours, right? So how do you set up that kind of combination so that it looks more interesting and not boring? So that's where it kind of like that's where you kind of like try and do like a quick sketch to try and figure out how exactly I want to go about this. So something I can do is like, okay, so I have this circle here, and then inside this circle now I have like say 12 um 8 I have 3, I have I have 9, and then I have 6, right? So if I have a knob, so let's just say I have a knob now, a knob here now, right? So I can literally just click here like this and then go like this and then go all the way like this now, right? So I have this kind of knob going around the circle. So for hours is easy, but for minutes now it's a little bit hard. Okay, or it can even increase like the number of clicks that is going to be involved for me to move from one section to another. So sometimes what we usually default to in cases like this is that we always make it easy for people to be able to click on a section and then control the knob, and then click on another section and control the knob. So what that would look like is like this. So having something like this now, right? Then this one now is literally still going to be the exact same thing. And then when you click on the first one, you can set your hours. And then when you click on this one, you can set your minutes. And then when you also click on this one, you can now set your days. But again, when you are setting your days now, it's just going to only be you can either choose to type here by yourself, or you can just decide to play with the knob. Okay, so now that we have something fleshed out like this now, right, we can now go ahead to like take your wireframes. Okay, take your wireframes like this. So this is what I used to do. I take my wireframes, I take a screenshot like this, then I go to say something like UXPin. So it's a interface tool that I can use. So there are many different kind of interface editing tool. So UXPin. So I'm just going to log in to UXPin. Sorry, not UXPin, UX Pilot. So in my UX Pilot now, I can just log in. Then I can create a new design file. Countdown timer. So yeah, now I can literally just paste my image reference. So let me save it to my desktop. Okay, so now let's come back to our countdown timer. So let's see where we are. 5 seconds. Start countdown. Okay, so this is increasing. So we just want to make it. So what we're just trying to do is that we are just trying to make it look good. Like the app is already where it needs to be, but right now it doesn't look as good as we expect it to be. So that's what we're just trying to do. So I'm going to come over back to this place. I don't know, for some reason I'm unable to upload my reference image in UX Pilot. Okay, you know what? Let me just explain. I'll just explain to the UX Pilot. So I'm trying to create an interface for an input, which is a countdown timer. So the style I want is that I want a analog switch to be able to switch between 12, 3, 9, 6 and 9, right? So to show the different hours of time. So and then whenever I do that, if my current active input is in seconds or is in minutes, it just it gives me that interface to be able to just dial it up, or I can still type it manually. So I just want to see how it's going to look like. Okay, so it's going to give me all that detail here, and then I can click on generate. So UX Pilot takes a bit of time, right? And right now you can see I'm on wireframe and desktop. So it's going to try its best to try and figure out what I'm saying, even though it's not going to give me the best. It's going to give me something I'm not even like underwhelmed, because when you're working with something like this, it has to give you it's going to give you based on whatever explanation you give it, right? But as you can see right now, you can see that we have this here, right? And this already is actually like somewhere looking good already. Okay, so this way I'm not going to be introducing 3D to us. So because like now we want to make this even look more fire. Okay, so before we go into 3D, I'm just going to create a new tab. I'm going to look for 3D models that has like an analog clock. So the easiest place to go to is you can look for Sketch. What's it called now? Is it Sketchfab? No, SketchUp. Yeah. So you can go to, no, not SketchUp. Trying to find this model website. Sketchfab. Yeah, Sketchfab. So Sketchfab is like a place where you can get 3D assets. But again, like I said, please don't just take somebody asset and still please pay for the asset. But they also have free assets. So I'm just going to look for free um analog dials or switch, whatever, right? So I can see this dial here. So I can see this dial here where I can interact with this to dial things up or dial things down. So right now there's a lot of stretching here. So this, I don't think this is the best model for me. So but let me still go ahead to look for just analog dials. So let me look for time analog dial. See whether I have something I can refer. Mm-hmm. I've not seen a good reference that I like. You know what? Let me go to ChatGPT and explain what I have in mind, and tell it to render something for me. So, hi ChatGPT. I want to create an image for me. So the idea is that I want to have a countdown timer, but I need a knob that is going to work on the desktop, and that knob has to like there's a way that users can try and dial up that knob to be able to increase their timer or reduce their timer. I want you to give me in 3D Octane render so that I'm able to visualize it clearly. So then you want to create an image. So you can see that I have different AI tools to achieve different things for me. So again, I do all of these things to check. Now I already have I have an idea of what the 2D looks like. Now I want to go and have the idea of what the 3D should look like. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to do here now. So in fact, I can even go ahead to take these screenshots next time. right? Can take this question next time and paste it in my post for ChatGPT to recognize. Okay. And then if you want to convert it to 3D, like there are so many 3D assets that you can use to be able to get this out there, right? But I think ChatGPT is already doing something that I think I may like, but I'm not totally sure yet. So, but like, let's see how it's going to what it's going to give us first of all. Let's wait for it. Yeah, so I think I like the die already because the die is what I'm actually interested in, right? So you can just keep turning the dial, right? And this actually looks very, very, very good, like very, very good. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to take a screenshot of this dial. So now I'll tell you to give me like a top ChatGPT. So now what I want to do is like give me a front view of only just the dial and the dots that you created earlier, right? So I only just want to see that alone. Again, maintain the style rendering that you have already provided for the previous image. So I want to see it in different sizes because I want to give it I want to recreate it in 3D. Okay. So functionality wise is working, but design wise is not working for me. So now I want to like take it all through the way. And I'm just doing this like with different tools. I'm not even like actually like going into Figma, sketching things out and trying to pull it. I'm just trying to generate as much as there as possible. So right now what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to create an interesting and playful countdown timer, and this alone will give you like different ideas there. So instead of me going to go and sketch in my notepad because I did sketch that one out, I just like, you know what, let me just use US Pilot to sketch that one out, and it gave me exactly based on my explanation what I have in mind. So I can even go ahead to like anytime I want to visualize something very quickly, instead of having to like go into paper and sketching things out, right? Because I'm in wireframe mode now. I can just literally tell you, okay, I have this idea, can you just map it out for me? I have this other idea, can you map it out for me? And then just start building it out one after the other. And if you're in high fidelity, I think it can like take a longer time compared to when you are on just wireframe style. Okay. Yeah, looks very, very, very good. Even this picture I can use, right? But instead I'm just going to take this now and then I'm going to look for like 3D tools online to convert this into a 3D knob stuff, right? So let's see, there are so many 3D AI converter, but let's just do like a random Google search. So I'm just going to say not Google search now, I'm going to say which AI tools can I use to get the 3D version of this. So it's going to do a quick research and it's going to give me like different examples of different AI tools that I can use to get the 3D version of this. So for the purpose of this program, we can use Blender to create it using MCP, but I don't want to give more load to my system, so I'm just going to go to Meshy AI. So now inside Meshy AI, you can generate a lot of 3D models. So we're going to be using the free version. So I'm just giving Meshy AI access to my account, and even when you join initially, you can get like up to 50% discount off when you start, right? So right now, all I just want is that knob, right? So I can do text to 3D, but what I want to do is actually image to 3D. So here now it's expecting me to bring my 3D image, so which is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go back to my Canva page, download it. So now that I have it downloaded, I'm going to go to Meshy AI and import it. So you can see I'm using many tools simultaneously. So if you want to understand this video, you have to like literally start from the beginning all the way to where we are right now. Okay, so now it's still loading up. My Edge browser is just acting up like so bad. Oh no, I think I've been sharing the wrong thing since for a while now. Let me switch out. Okay, so now I did notice that my screen have not been sharing for the last 30 minutes. Okay, so let me just go over it. So let me just do a quick recap of what I've been saying since. So what I did was, first thing first is I told the AI to make a couple of changes, right? Then I wanted to start styling things up interestingly. So I told ChatGPT to create this image for me, and then I told it to give me a front view of the image like this. And then I said that so I went on to Mesh AI, because like now I want to like upload the stuff into this place. So what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to go over to importing it from my Finder here. So let me go to my Finder app, if I can find that one now. Okay, and yeah, so in my Finder app now I can go to downloads. So this is the ChatGPT image, and then I can come over here. Okay, so now I did notice that my screen have not been sharing for the last 30 minutes. Okay, so let me just go over it. So let me just do a quick recap of what I've been saying since. Working well, so what I did was, first thing first is I told the AI to make a couple of changes, right? Then I wanted to start styling things up. Okay, so I think this is good now. So then I'm going to come over to Mesh AI. Now inside Mesh AI, let me just log in. So maybe later. So what I would just want to pick is image to 3D, right? Then I can click to upload that particular image. Okay, so now it's saying that what do I want? I said I want a volume control that I can see it has generated it already. And then do I want it to be licensed? I don't want it to be free, I want it to be open. Then right now it says it's going to take 10 minutes, and then you can see that they gave me 100 credits, so it's just going to use 10 credits to regenerate the volume control knob. So I'll click on generate. Okay, so I'll wait for you to generate the task. All right, and then they want to know more about, because like this is the first time actually using the application. So but again, like you on my own account, so I'm just going to pick hobbies next. Just educational training, yeah, it's only me. Then okay, I use ChatGPT to find it there. All right, so now it's generating. Now we've gotten to 70% already, and then you can see that now it's generating the different sides of the knob for us just from one view only, which is insane. So if I click on this now, you can see it's already generating the knob already, right? So So the texture doesn't feel great yet, but we're getting there. So I'm giving out like different examples of the texture. Okay, so this one cannot even work at all anyways. So but this is very close to what we have in mind. And then let's see the default version. Let's see. Okay, so the default version doesn't even work at all. All right, so the closest that we have is the first one. Okay, so right now you can see it's saying that your topology is not so good. Okay, so what do you want to do? You want to generate a texture? Yes, I want to generate a texture. Then now I have like different target poly count, so I can have fixed, I can have adaptive. Okay, so adaptive is what is the best, but you have to pay for it to be able to use adaptive um, texture. Okay, so now okay, let's say we want to pick this one now. I'm going to pick quad. Quad is very clean, but again, for if it's AI that is generating it, using max is using fixed and picking triangle is not really good in the 3D world. What is actually good is the quad. It makes it easy for you to make changes or edit. But if it's AI that is doing majority of this stuff, triangle looks very good. But the problem with triangle is that when you want to edit it individually, that's where you have problems. So let me just stick to mask, and then it's going to figure it out and just click on confirm. So it's going to try to like implement it and generate a texture like this metallic looking texture for it. Okay, so right now already I've already used 20. I've used 20 credit points already. Okay, so again, are there other 3D AI tools that you may want to use? Yes, there are many. There are actually a lot of AI tools that you can use to what's the word, that you can use basically. And picking triangle is not really good. So we're at 76% now. 80%. We're almost there. So in fact, let me go to ChatGPT and say, I want you to describe um I don't want you to generate an image. I just want you to describe this full image so that I can give to a 3D generating software to be able to generate this image correctly with the right textures. Right, so it's going to like I said, what I just said just now. Copy image, paste image. Can you please describe this image to your fullest understanding? The idea is that I want to be able to copy whatever you are describing to a 3D generating model to be able to generate this volume control correctly. So you can see now with all the explanation and everything correctly with the light shading, whatever, notes for modeling, blah blah blah, and so on and so forth, right? So again, you can still copy all of this like this. If I out to this way, okay, and then go back to Meshi. So let's see whether Meshi is done now. So let's view it. So right now it decided to work with triangle, but I don't really like the texture it's giving me here. Okay, so let's see whether we can refine it. Let's see. Aha, so when I check the texture now, it's all forms of It's all forms of wrong. Let's see if I try to remesh. Okay, no. What of retexture? Okay, so let me try text to input. So I'm just gonna paste all of those things there, and then so it said that it wants 500 words. Let's see whether it can. So okay, I'm supposed to also add the image here. So let me try and add the image here. Oh, I've forgotten that this browser is just messing up. Okay, so text to 3D. Let's see, Meshi 5, symmetry, auto, examples, tutorials, prompt tools. Yeah, so now I can select this. Then I can, let me go to ChatGPT o3 mini to refine the prompt. So new charts. So advanced reading or whatever. So o3 mini for advanced reading, but that will take time. Okay, yeah, it's fast. So I'll say rewrite as an instruction for an LLM generator. Make sure it is not more than make sure it is no more than 500 characters. So it's going to look at it and then think through it and then try and rewrite everything. I think today ChatGPT actually no OpenAI, the company of ChatGPT, actually launched what was it again, sir? They launched memory, so AI can remember memory clearly now. So but again, if you don't like it, you can always tell the AI that, oh, I don't want you to remember in the settings. So I think that's also good for you to know. Yeah, okay, so I've uploaded the image and I've attached this one now. So this is 530 words. So because I'm feeling a little bit, what can I remove? What can I remove? Stay after this words. Okay. Let me go back here and say it is 40 characters above. Okay. So hopefully this works now. Where did it go? 1, 2. So that's 500 by 500. Symmetry, auto. I think symmetry should be on because of like they are supposed to match on both sides. And then I can click on generate. And then for these other dots here, I can actually generate that separately with Figma as well. So click on generate to generate the tags. And oh, I can even actually generate prompt with this. Oh wow. So but let's see what it gives us. So right now, I've already used about 30 points already. Okay. Nah. Okay. Let me go to Recraft. Let's see. Recraft. So hopefully AI. This works now. Where did it go? I think it should have one should support 3D. So that's 500 by 500. Symmetry, auto. I think symmetry should be on because of like they are supposed to match on both sides. And then I can click on generate product. And then for these other dots, I can actually generate that separately with Figma as well. So click on generate. Or you know what? Better see. Let me just go to Flora AI. Should be able to. Oh, I can even actually generate prompts with this. Flora AI is like it's an infinite canvas to create different stuff. So let me just let's see what it gives us. Create an account very quickly. So right now, I've already used about 30 points already. So it has like different models. You just need to know the name of the model that you want to play with, and you're good. So for example, I'm just gonna do no text. There's no need to know anything about me. So if you want to go into like all the details of like, oh, you want to generate an image, product design flow, and so on and so forth, right? So you can always do that, but right now I'm not even interested in any of this. Nah. Oh, I don't think it's even allowing me to move forward. Okay, let me just pick one. Can I? Okay, so let me continue to the editor now. So I have this stuff here, and you can see like it's so interactive. Like they really think about or thought about the user experience of this stuff greatly. So yeah, you have this, you have this. So I click on next, where you go, and now you can see like I have different toolbars where I can create different stuff. So I can support 3D. I don't think I can 500. Then I have to upgrade to advanced media, right? Symmetry should be on because like here now I can also find different types and then I can click on generate. So you can see, and then for these other dots, I can actually generate that separately with Figma as well. Okay. So even generate. Some people use. Oh, you know what? Better see. Let me just go to Flora Stability AI to generate this. Oh, I can even actually generate 3D models. So Flora AI is like it's an infinite canvas. So, but for me now, I'm trying to use. I'm not getting. So let me just let's see what it gives us. Create an account, which is quite very quickly painful. And I don't right now. I think I've already used about need you to 30 points already. So it has like different models. You just need to know the name of the model that you want to play with, and you're good. So for example, I'm just gonna do no text. There's no need to know anything about me. Am I good? So if you want to go into like all the details of like, oh, you want to generate an image, we have this history, and we have different types of flows, so on and so forth, right? So you can always do that. But right now, I'm not interested in any of this. Nah. Oh, I don't think it's even allowing me to move forward. Let me create a new flow. Can I? Okay, so let me continue to the editor now. So I have this stuff here, and you can see like it's so interactive. So like, they really think about or thought about the user experience of this stuff to generate images. So yeah, you have this, you have images and videos that connect images and connect directly to videos. Now you can see like I have different. I'm looking for different stuff, so I can support 3D AI generators, 3D AI generators. Symmetry should be on because like here now I can also find different types and then I can click on generate. For again, and then for this other dot, this is where you always generate that rely on Perplexity AI. So even like some people use. You know what? Better see. Let me just go on Stability AI to generate this. Oh, I can even actually generate 3D models. So Flora AI is like it's an infinite canvas. So but for me now, I'm trying to use. I'm not getting. So let me just let's see what it gives us. Create an account, which is quite very quickly painful. And I don't right now. I've already used about need you to 30 points already. Search. So it has like different models. You just need to know the name telling me Messi AI is flying. So for example, Tencent. I don't think Tencent is online. So if you want to go to like I think I've seen Rodin before. So let me try Rodin. We have this history and we have different types of flows, so on and so forth, right? So you can always do that. But right now, I'm not interested in any of this. Nah. Oh, I don't think it's even allowing me to move forward. So let me go to the website. Okay, so let me continue to the editor now. So I have so let me translate to English stuff here, and you can see like it's so interactive. All right, so you can see really saying that about Tencent thought about Honyuan, the user experience of high quality. So here you have this, you have images and then you connect different models. So they have like I have different. This is paper. So now where is the 3D AI generators? 3D AI generators. Click on and then here now I can generate my own models. And again, if you for this other dot, this is where you always generate rely on Perplexity AI. So even so people you know what better say, let me just call Stability AI, the code, and then this here now so Fly AI is like it's an infinite canvas. So but for me now, I'm trying to use I'm not getting. So let me just let's see what I give portrait analysis. So this is actually the model. So how am I going to use it? And so right now, I already use about need you to 30 points already. Now that I'm in Hugging Face, so that's like the difference is telling me AI is flying. So Tencent, how do Tencent is online? How to use from this library? So let me try one. We have this. Please clone and use locally for free. So use this model locally. So you can always do that. Right now, I don't want to go through all this stress. Somebody must have hosted this somewhere. I don't think it's even allowing me to move. Okay, let me go to the website. Yeah, because you have to download all this model and then try and install and set all of this thing up. So I have. I don't want to go through all this. Yeah, you can see like based on what I see, so you can see when you're saying that Tencent talked about Honyan. The high quality. So yeah, you have this. You have images and then you can connect different models. So they have things like I have this is paper. So now where is the 3D AI generators? 3D AI generators. Here now I can generate my own models. And for again, for this other dot, this is where you always generate rely on Perplexity. Maybe in another class. So even like how do you know what better? So let me just AI the code and then this. So Fly AI is like it's an infinite canvas. So but for me now, I'm trying to use I'm not getting. So let me just let's give portrait analysis. So this is actually the model. So how am I going to use it? And right now, I already use about need you to 30 points already. Now that I'm in Hugging Face, so that's like the difference is telling me AI is flying. So Tencent, how do Tencent is online? How to use from this library? So let me try one. We have this. Please clone and use locally for free. So use this model locally. So you can always do that. Right now, I don't want to go through all this stress. Somebody must have hosted this somewhere. I don't think it's even allowing me to move. Okay, let me go to the website. Yeah, because you have to download all this model and then try and install and set all of this thing up. So I have. I don't want to go through all this. Yeah, you can see like based on what I see, so you can see when you're saying that Tencent talked about Honyan. The high quality. So yeah, you have this. You have images and then you can connect different models. So they have things like I have this is paper. So now where is the 3D AI generators? 3D AI generators. Here now I can generate my own models. And for again, for this other dot, this is where you always generate rely on Perplexity. Maybe in another class. So even like how do you know what better? So let me just AI the code and then this. So Fly AI is like it's an infinite canvas. So but for me now, I'm trying to use I'm not getting. So let me just let's portrait analysis. So this is actually the model. So how am I going to use it? And right now, I already use about 30 points already. Now that I'm in Hugging Face, so that's like the difference is telling me AI is flying. You know what? Let me just so Tencent, how do Tencent is online? How to use from this library? So let me try one. We have this. Please clone and use locally for free. So use this model locally. So you can always do that. Right now, I don't want to go through all this stress. Somebody must have hosted this somewhere. I don't think it's even allowing me to move. Okay, let me go to the website. Yeah, because you have to download all this model and then try and install and set all of this thing up. So I have. I don't want to go through all this. Yeah, you can see like based on what I see, so you can see when you're saying that Tencent talked about Honyan.
Funnel. Found it okay. Details in Blender or other 3D softwares. Tool 2. Unique 3.
This is paper. So now where is the 3D AI generators? 3D AI generators. Here now I can generate my own models. And for again, for this other dot, this is where you always generate rely on Perplexity. Maybe in another class. So even like how do you know what better? So let me just the code and then this. So Fly AI is like it's an infinite canvas. So but for me
see now, I'm trying to use I'm not getting. So let me just let's say video analysis. So this is actually the model. So how am I going to use it? So right now, I've already used about 30 points already. Now that I'm in Hugging Face, so it has like this. It's telling me Meshi is flying. So all just to get Tencent. How do you is online? How to use from Rodin this library? So let me try Rodin. We have this. Please clone and use locally. So let's upgrade our image. We can always accept right now. I don't want to go to generate. Somebody must have posted. So let's wait for it to try and generate a new. Let me go to the website. Yeah, because you have to download all this model while it's uploaded. All of this thing up. So I have. I don't want to go stop here. You can see like so based on what I see, so you can see it's saying that Tencent talk about Honey and the okay, so it looks like it actually got the sides very well, but it just add this kind of weird holo at the back here. Okay, so what I need now is I don't think it's going to allow me to add like textures. Okay, you know what? Can I just download it and let me just go and fix myself? Can I download? So how many points do I have? Okay, I only have 5, and this is gonna say I should pay. So it's saying I should unlock after the geometry has been confirmed. Better. Yeah, so I like this is better. It's not exactly what we want, but it's very close. So let me drop it down to, so you can see we have like pro mode, triangular mesh, and then we have quad mesh. So let me drop it down to, I can't even drop it down, smoothing things out. So let me confirm. Yeah, and everything looks so good. So these are things that I can literally just play with or work with. So yeah, now what I can do is you can download different styles. So again, um the lighter you want is fine. So again, you can get like a low version and high poly, but again, I'm just going to switch to the base model. Why is it not working? No, let me remove this one. And then I want the GLB. Then what again? So okay, it's asking me for, did I like the temperature? I'll say okay, yes, I like the temperature. Just click on generate, enable. And the good thing is that you can even like publish it to Sketchfab directly. So why I'm not asking for iPoly is because like I'm literally going to be using it on my website and I don't want my website to hang. So these are the things that you can do so that your website doesn't hang. Okay, 100%. Okay. So though I don't really like the what's it called? I don't like the experience because like it's not, it doesn't feel intuitive enough. They should have done it better so that you can do one step at a time. I like how the fact that they try their best to, but this is not giving as fully as I want. And I don't think, okay, the texture is shiny, but it's not shiny enough. But we can always adjust this with using light. So again, it's saying that I should confirm the material. So I'm going to confirm the material. So what do you want me to do next again? Okay, so now that I've confirmed the material, it said it's asking what did I like? So do I like it shaded PBR and in 2K? Yes, perfect. So again, I chose GLB. Okay, so I'm going to click on download to download this stuff. And I think it's kind of like very cheap because like I've always like spent like 4.5 just like 0.5 in this stuff, and I've done just one whole material. Okay, which actually makes way more sense, right? So if I come back up now, say I want to change any of this, I don't think it's going to allow me to do that. So can I do an adjustment? No. Yeah, so I think it's a little bit broken because like I cannot do an adjustment here. So right now it's trying to generate like different materials, but again it has downloaded what I wanted anyways. So let's see whether we can get something close this time around. Metal rotary knob with no iron bar edge and smooth groove. Oh, I think it's the material section is trying to work on now. Okay, let's just go to what I downloaded. So I think this is it. So whenever you download something like that, it will give you like PBR or shaded. So the PBR is simply just this file here. So and a GLB format is a type of format that helps you to like compress your file to one, because it's actually a lot of files, but it just compresses it to one. And then you have the shaded one that's like different colors or styling. So what you want to do from here on is that you want to drag it into where you are actually working at the moment. Okay, so I'm going to come over to my document, into where I have the code base, a 24 hours challenge, right? And then where you have your countdown timer. Okay, and then again I'm going to put it in public folder, and yeah, I'm going to just create let me see whether I have another folder called assets, just to be careful. So under source, okay, I don't have any let me check components. Okay, so yeah, now I can just put inside my UI, because I know I should have like one or two UIs here. So yeah, let me just create another one. I'll call it 3D assets. Why is it not creating any folder? Okay, 3D assets, right? Then now I can just drag a name. So now I can drag the shaded version just for now to see the difference. So I'll drag the shaded version to just see it. Now I'm going to come over back to so I need to close some of my files because my computer is already taking a huge hit already. So close a lot of this stuff. Then um, Okay, so now let me check our browser again. So I'm just going to go to that link, localhost 3000. Yeah, then check this. Okay, so this is what we have right now. Okay, so it doesn't look really good yet, but like let's just pick it one after the other. So I'm going to go back home. So let's just restart the timer, right? So we have this. So first thing first is I like my updates so far, so I'm just going to save that by doing this and doing this. So those are the 3 steps, right, to making sure that everything is saved properly. So that in case I don't like what I did the last time, I can always revert to any of this section here. Okay, so now that we have this, now I noticed that there are a couple of errors already in this interface. So now I'm just going to say find and fix all files with errors. Then I can even give you context like, oh, okay, there's this button.txx that has an error, so I'm going to do button.txx. So make it fix that error first. And I know it's something very simple because if I scroll the way down, yeah, it's just this one here. So it's going to try and figure it out and then fix that one. So if you look at it, like sometimes when you see this, right, so it's literally like the child, this is, so it's not like all of these have issues, just this one that has an issue, and then it's done. Okay, so now that that is done here, now if you come back to, so we have our countdown timer here. Then next what we want to do now is we need to be sure that we've actually put the file here. So we have the thread asset with this file. Okay, so now I'll say I want to view this file. So it's not going to be able to open up the file, but this thread asset, now I can attach the folder. Okay, so now I want to be able to view this 3D file inside this folder. Okay, so make sure that it's attached to the home page of my app, and then now I can send it. So I know the application that is supposed to use a dependency called React 3D Fiber, and that is what it's trying to do already. Okay, so and there are multiple types. There's 3D Fiber, there's 3JS. Okay, so I don't want it to use 3 Fiber. I want you to use 3JS instead. Use 3JS instead. Okay, so you know that all of this now are not like in our use case scenario. This is actually like out of our scope, but again we can use this to like fix the design. So it's saying that okay, I can't find it, then it's not going to try and write and install 3JS. So it has done that already. And now it's just start creating that particular component. So again, if you want to learn more about 3JS, like how to implement 3D tools, you can always go to like search for 3JS, and then you can just read about it. Like you don't even need to know how to write the code, just know how to read some of, even see like examples or inspirations of what people are doing with 3JS. You can see this neon light that this person did here with 3JS. This neon light, this I don't think you can even. So let me see that you can play. Right. So now my mouse can move. But you can see all of this environment with the neon light that you can see here is all in 3D. Okay. So these are stuff you can do a whole lot with 3ds. Let me see this one. Okay, this is needle.tools. This website now I think is made of 3D. Yeah, you can see it, different 3D objects. So they have like a lot of examples. So even to give like enough inspiration as to, oh, okay, what can I achieve? I actually like this one. This was one of the first ones I saw about 3D that really fascinated me. So you can click to drag around. So you can drag around. I think if you push up, you click on this. Let me see. Oh yeah, they just see like a kind of movie storytelling stuff, but you can click to also drag around the different camera angle. Do you see it? So while it's still playing, so like it's playing like a normal video, and it's all done in 3ds. So you can do a lot of crazy stuff using AI to it, even to try and achieve stuff like this. Okay, and now if I come back to Needle, you can see they have different stuff that you can even interact with while you are even still scrolling. Right, you can see this entire apartment was built with it was built in 3D, and then is being displayed with 3ds. Okay, and you can apply like different kind of materials. So materials are all these things you are seeing, right? To it. So let me go back to our code, see where we are. Okay, so it's trying to do some actions, so I'm just going to give it the ability to do all the things it wants to do. Okay, and then it's making sure that everything is all set and done clearly. So sometimes the AI can give you like errors. You can always recreate it, or resume rather. You can always resume when you run out of network. Okay, so now let's press accept and let's see what we have. So I can see it here. So this is it here. Can you see it? It's now right now is rotating. this it with the texture and everything. So we can now go ahead to go and start fixing different things, right? So it's literally here. Can you see it? And I didn't even have to write any code to make this work. Like, that is the advantage of the knob. Okay, so now what I'm going to do instead now is I'm going to take a screenshot of this, like so. I'll paste it here, and I'll say, okay, right now, see where the knob is. It doesn't look good at all. The knob is supposed to be big and center in the screen, and then whenever I turn the knob, I want it to affect the minute or the second depending on the active input I am in. So it's very complex code. So use sequential thinking to break it down to subtasks in order to do it one step at a time. Okay, remember to act as a UX designer and a visual interface designer to be able to solve this problem step by step. So it's going to go through the process and try and break it down into steps to be able to figure it out one at a time. So let's wait for the code to finish up. Okay, So now if you look at this, it says the 3D knob now appears when you click on either the hours or minutes input field. When you rotate the knob, it increases or decreases the corresponding value. The knob provides visual feedback through its rotation direction and has a label indicating which value you are adjusting. So let's see whether it works. Okay, so now can we turn it? So this I notice that as I'm trying to turn it, it's kind of like breaking off. Okay, so this doesn't look good yet. So we still need to give AI more context in order to fix it. So let me just do that. So you see, I noticed that it is scratching when I start turning the knob, and the knob direction does not change when I try to move around the knob. And then also I noticed that when I try to place my mouse on it, there's kind of like a mode out. It's making it look like separate files. So can you style everything to make it look and feel like it's just one single application? Because right now the 3D knob doesn't feel like it's sitting in the interface. So can you adjust that? So now what I want to do is what I want to do now is to just restart it. So let me just reload by pressing Command R again. Let's see. So after that, he said too many WebGL context, ODL context will be lost. So let me just copy all of this. Okay. So I think what I should have done instead was to start with a 2D version, and then when I'm done, I will now change it. So let me just send all of this. If it doesn't work now, I'm just going to go back to starting with a 2D version, and then we can refix with this. But I'm just saying that you can use 3D to make it also work out for you. So I'll be finishing the live stream like in 2 hours, and then we'll pick it up there from tomorrow, to continue the challenge. So again, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me, and then I'll be happy to answer those questions. All right. So it's telling me to install dependencies. So it's saying that there's an issue with the sound. So that's why it told me to install this dependency with for the sound. So let's again, what again are we looking at? So it seems that we're having an issue with using this package. That's the dependency we just installed now. So it's trying to use the one provided by the browser. So what we're trying to do is just making the app interesting and more delightful, basically. Okay. So now that is done, it's kind of like worked on the technical stack and all. But we notice so far so good. We've added some check marks here. So everything has been checked except for these two. It did not create usage examples, and we did not talk about like performance. And they also skipped this, right? Which is good. Now if I scroll the way down for this, there's not much changes here. But the most important is that at least has added the different implementation. Okay. For that, but I didn't update this particular implementation plan because it wasn't part of our plan. So again, you always want to update it, right? So they can actually account for that before it goes about like implementing stuff. Okay. So now I'm going to refresh it again to see everything here, and then let's click on this. Okay. And notice that as I try and over, it's giving me this error because still have to like load the 3D model inside, right? And now again, when I'm trying to like rotate it now, it's rotating on its side. Okay, instead of like in a circular motion. Can you see it? So you can see it's literally working, just like rotating on its side instead of its y-axis, right? And then it can also spin out to change that. But again, it's always like loading the 3 model over and over again. We don't want that, right? So what I can simply do now again is that if I click on this, notice that it's always loading the 3 model. But again, apart from that, if I click on start countdown, now you can see it's counting now, right? So if I go back, if I go back to restart it now, right? Again, I can still go ahead to like fine tune this stuff even a lot more. So right now, I want to just do a simple 2D interface, right? To make it look or to make it work basically quickly or faster. So right now I'm just gonna say okay, so what I want you to do is, so I think I still like where I am right now. I can always add it in its own section like so and commit. Okay, then you want to take changes like this. So once you take the changes, I can come over here and then now I can click on this and say you know what, I like what you're doing so far, but can you just for now hide the everything 3D, just hide it from the home page interface right now, and then create a SVG sprite and let it be a circular with a cutout. So that cutout section wants another smaller circular cutout section at the top, and when they drag it, they are able to drag all the way to different number, and then around that sprite there should be like an individual stroke lines to measure up to 60 seconds, right? And make the overall camera logo so that when I start dragging it rotates with my mouse, and as I start dragging downwards it just follows my mouse and tries to go around like a normal analog knob, and then it updates the minutes accordingly. Okay, so then remember UX Pilot. So I'm just going to add that from UX Pilot now. So let's go and look for UX Pilot. So there's one screenshot I had from UX Pilot. Yeah, this. So I'm just going to take a screenshot now. Don't copy the style of the image. Just use it as a mental reference to be able to fix it, because that image is just an inspiration. It's not what is in the implementation right now. So now moving on. If I click on accept all, yeah, then apart from clicking on accept all, go and preview what it has built so far. Okay, so that you can see that now I have the reference, but again when I click on seconds, do you see it has shown me the seconds? And then now I'm trying to pull the knob, but nothing's happening. So I need to know exactly what is going on or what is going wrong. So I need to know exactly what is going wrong here. So I don't think anything is showing up. Okay, so let me click on start. So it has to be greater than 0. So let's do 2 here, start. Let's be sure that at least this one is working. Okay, so this one is working, right? So and everything looks fancy and interesting here. So the only thing that this first front page looks ugly and boring. So seconds. So I think what they did was like it looked at the reference image and tried to create a one-to-one. Okay, so instead of doing that, let me just take a screenshot and tell it again that okay, I tried clicking on the stuff, but it's not even going up. So AI, you are doing a wonderful job now, but the issue now is that I tried dragging the knob to give me that second, and then there's no need for you to show me seconds because my minimum countdown is not going to be less than minutes. But you know what, altogether, just let me just scratch all of those things I just said. Okay, so now when I try dragging the knob, it's not working, and again it's kind of not intuitive because like as I'm dragging the knob, it should automatically update it. So I think the best thing for us to do is that why don't we just whenever we click on one of the interface, that's when that knob counter should show up, and then we can drag, and then the color of the knob should change based on the inputs that you're in. So if you're in hours, it should change. If you're in minutes, it should change. If you're in seconds, it should change. Color for now, just be able so we can get a feel of everything that's going on. So what I'm trying to do now is that I took this image here because I want everything. It feels like it's breaking right now. It's always loading, and even I actually like discarded the former updates simply because like I didn't want to use that again. I just wanted to revert back to a working code. So that was why I actually reverted back to that one. So right now you can see right now it's still loading up the 3D, but after it makes this changes now, it's going to update the last change. And mind you, like if you want to be sure that it has made all the objects, like you can always check here and it will be giving you like details of the most recent updates as well. So right now it's telling me to do this. Can't find this one, so I'm just following the action as it's requiring me to, and then I'm just performing it. Oh my God. So this is another issue that you always want to avoid is that sometimes the AI is going to be creating, it's going to like forget that it had a folder before and then start recreating it afresh here again. So one thing that you have to like pay attention to it. So right now it's trying to call this MCP2, but this MCP2 that is here, I've not yet activated it. Let me see. So right now it's time to go to 3005. See. Let's reload your browser. So it didn't work for it because like I know this config file is in the wrong file, so I'm just going to delete this. Or again, even if I cancel now and I go back to here, it's not there. So let me just go ahead to delete it. Okay, I think it's trying to delete it. So it's still deleting the file. So I'm just waiting for it to delete the file, and then we cannot tell it that you implemented it wrong. So let me go back to the instruction. So I just clicked on continue and revert. So I just click on continue and revert so that you can go over it again while this file is trying to get deleted. So it's asking me to do this command, so I'm just going to click on run command as usual. So then now you can click on accept, and if you come back over here now and click on this, yeah, so now it's showing up but it's also disappearing. So now I can come back and say when I try to click on this, it's not showing up. So let's do that. So I can see the knob, but when I try to click on the knob to drag to be able to control it, it disappears out of view. Can you please fix that? So do you see? If I try and push, okay, so now let's go back and check it out. See? And there you have your knob. So but right now I don't think it's working correctly, because when I get to this is where 0 is starting from. Should start from here, and then when I start dragging, it should work. So I know if I drag this now, so I think the drag position is wrong. So what if I drag this and try to do the same thing? So the drag position is just plainly wrong, but other than that, it looks good already. I just need to make it feel more integrated into the design. All right, so how do I make sure that it feels more integrated into the design now? Is before that, I still need to fix the functionality, because right now it feels kind of weird. So again, if I also like click, I also want to be able to like apart from, so because right now this is going to be a little bit difficult for people because they have to click to drag. All right, but again, I can just say, okay, once I click once and I move, I also want to click again out to be able to stop the scroll. So one of those two is what I feel like. So one of the scrolls what I feel like is should work. Okay, so now how do we now go about it? So let me go back. uh, Restart. Yeah, great. So again, this we have this, right? So I just need to fix this, the position. So let me tell you that uh right now where the knob is right now, actually looks good. The only problem now is that it's supposed to be standing like at 12 o'clock. The idea of like at 12 o'clock instead of like at 8 or 8 p.m. Okay, so instead of trying to what's it called, instead of trying to explain it in a way that is very vague for the computer, just try and use references. Okay, um those references too are going to help you to be able to like help the AI rather to understand what you're trying to say correctly. Okay, So now that I've accepted this, let's check it out. So this is where it is now. So but again, it's when I get to this point here, so this is 0. I won't even scroll all the way. So how do I best explain this to AI now, right? So is that while I'm trying to drag, because right now it's just like dragging up, right? So see it's up, up, okay. So I also want to be able to like drag in that cyclical motion, okay, to be able to increment accordingly. All right. So if you drag up, I want to increment accordingly. So uh so right now the problem is right now the knob is seated at 9 sharp instead of 12 sharp, so meaning that it should be standing vertically aligned to the top instead of like on vertically horizontally aligned to the left. See the image for reference. So again, there's something I didn't even mention, like the blue knob itself. So yes, let me add it. So the blue knob itself, if you look at it clearly, you can see that it's on the left hand side in the middle of the screen. Instead of it should be in the middle of the screen, but on the top side. And then you can drag to start. And then I also noticed that when I'm dragging in like a vertical position, it moves. But when I'm trying to drag to follow in like a cyclical position, it is not working. So can you fix that as well? Cyclical motion. Cyclical position. Yeah, so now it's working in cyclical position now. Can you see it? So then one more thing, yeah. So let me just fix the interface. So now everything looks very good. The only issue I have right now is that can you rotate the entire knob by 90, no, by 45 degrees to the right? Okay. Then I want to use Gemini Pro Max. Then I also wanted to style it to match the kind of dark mode effect I'm going on with. Yeah. So let's see how it gets done, and then we'll call it a close. So we already passed 6 hours into trying to create this, and we've created two applications. One, a landing page website. How I was able to take it from Webflow, not Webflow, from Lovable to Cursor, and I also showed you what MCP are and how you can leverage on MCP and what possibility MCP gives to you. So for those that are still up to this point, so I'm taking a class for builders only, people that want to build. If you have like an MVP idea that you want to build, you can just enter my DM on Twitter at Ademikweomola Show. You can search for me there. You can enter my DM, and then I can guide you on how you can build. And there's also a community that is actually sponsoring this program. It's called Framer Dojo. They have different classes for you to learn, design, and build. So if that's something that you'd like to do, or again, if you have like projects that you want to work on specifically, and maybe you have an idea you want to see it go live very quickly, you can also enter my DM for stuff like that. Okay. Let me see. Can I see Jesus? Can you see this now? This is how neat this looks like. So you remember when I said I should go like 45 degree? Yeah, I was actually wrong. I should have said 90. So again, I'm going to do the same thing this time around, and then I'm going to fix one or two issues. So I like the fact that you turned it by 45 degree. Can you do another 45 degrees to the right? And then I want you to, the number inside it, I want you to turn it 90 degrees back to the left. So sometimes it may not be clean code, right? But as long as it looks good on the interface, you are good to go. So I just want to finish this part, and then we have like a knob that we can turn. We can click on it, it can turn. And I can still even make it look more good or more better. But I think even working with this alone is actually way better than the 3D I was initially going in for. But again, you've also learned how to create 3D objects just from images, generate images from ChatGPT if you have an idea of what you're looking for, or you can still even get more references, right, from other interfaces to use. So right now I'm using Gemini 2.5 Pro. And let me see other people have questions. So can you see now? So here now we have this. Then now you can turn. You can turn all the way. Turn, turn all the way, turn all the way. Right? And here now we have this. So instead of having the digital workshop or this, right? So is there a way to still make it look a lot more better? Yes, absolutely. There's ways to even make. So let me just think. Okay, go about this like this and this like this, right? So there you have it. But again, you can say that like the minute and time is giving like a lot of decimal numbers. You can also still fix this with AI, right? And you can say immediately I click out, it no longer shows, but once I click on one, it now shows up. Okay, and this is how you can do something like this, something interesting with AI. And I can even go a lot more further. So maybe I'm still going to refine it a lot more, but it will be off the course so you can see the final results till you get to a point where you really like it. So here now I can click on start drop down. You can see say the value has to be 16 or 17. So let me just change this to 17. Or you know what? Let me say, as I'm trying to drag the knob, I notice that when it's incrementing the numbers, either in hours or in minutes, it's adding decimal points. Can you make it all of fixed values so that it doesn't have any of those decimal numbers? Okay. And then I noticed that the counter button looks weird because it doesn't have like a background fill or an outline. So can you also fix that as well? So again, I'm using Gemini Pro. So after this one, I just want to fix like a couple of errors that is showing up. I don't think they are not even actually errors. I did not just accept files. Yeah. So this looks a lot more better now. So what I want to do instead is I want the start countdown to, so now that I know that this is here, right, I can literally take this same idea that I actually went for in this space initially. So let me show you that Figma file. I think it's still open. Oh, I need to open it up again. So yeah, so if I show you this, let me turn this one back off. Yeah, so literally this, something like this, like ignoring everything outside, but like this alone, right? See how like you have this time here and all of these shadows to make it look embedded into the UI, right? So you can see you have like this kind of 21 degrees. So I could literally do something like this with, then let's just say like 21 minutes, and then scale it down. So something like this, right? So so that's pretty much it, guys. So thank you for staying for the last 6 hours on the call, for those that did, and those that are just joining, thank you. But I'm going off now to catch my breath a bit, and then we're going to pick it up tomorrow. So initially I was planning like maybe we should do 24 hours marathon. Then I broke it down to 12 hours, and I thought that okay, I think it's the best for me to just break it down to like um what's it called, 6 hours, right? So that I can also like get feedback from other people that watch the video and what they would like to learn next against the next 6 hours. So we're going to pick it up 6 hours from now, not 6 hours from now, tomorrow, same time that we started this call, on Monday same time, and maybe we can stretch it out on Monday or finally completed on Tuesday. Okay, so other than that, be safe. Cheers for now.